Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you all here and online for the ReTech Center Annual Conference with icons, stellar speakers that we have brought together for celebration of announcements that we have at ReTech Center and for advancing Industry 5.0 transition. So the context of the conference is about the work that we are doing at the school. We are working on the emerging futures. So we have our doctoral students, our EMBA students, our graduates here with us, senior advisors from ReTech Center Fellow, professors and industry experts with us here today to share with us the story that we are telling about the emerging futures of societies and businesses. The context of the conference is about DRIFT. DRIFT stands for Digital Innovation, Digital and Responsible Innovation and Futures Transformation. So the idea is to see how we can leverage technology as a force for good to drive the responsible transition of societies and markets toward Industry 5.0. We have two forces that are coming together for the first time ever in the history. One of them we know really well. It's technology and digital transformation. We have lived through it. We have seen how it changes the way that we live and we work. We have seen how it reshapes our societies and markets. The other force, however, is less known to us, and also less known to decision makers, investors, and innovators. The other force is coming from the responsible transition, from regenerative practices, from sustainable, restorative, and regenerative ways of working, understanding. So these two work on two different dimensions. The digital transformation is powerful. It's very powerful. It's an aggressive transformation as we have seen it. It takes control. It has the answers. The other one, though, is more empathic. The other one is more about understanding the needs of the society, the needs of the environment, and the needs of the economy. When these forces come together, they give rise to the Industry 5.0. The objective is Drift is to highlight these driving forces, is to make sure that we can leverage them for good. The emerging futures of societies, businesses, and markets are shaping at the intersection of the digital transformation and responsible transition. We need to understand how the emerging futures are unfolding. But more than that, we work on principles of design. We go from what if technology could be a force of good to as is, technology is indeed an enabler for driving the changes that we need towards socio-environmental prosperity. To this end, we focus on the new elements of value, values and value systems. The shift of value systems is a major driver. So we can see this shift with Generation Z. We can see this shift in the reality that in business schools, such as École des Pommes Business School, we have increasingly integrated the information and the knowledge about the responsible transition and to responsibly leveraging technology for driving the responsible transition. These new elements, they shape the uncharted territories. They're completely designing what is unfolding in different markets, in different industries and geographies. So it is very important to understand this shift that is also coming not only from the awareness of stakeholders, not only from the pressure from the policy and regulatory bodies, but also, as we can see it increasingly, from the innovation side and the flow of resources and investment toward a more responsible innovation landscape. This gives to new measures, new metrics, and new indicators. Strategy and competitiveness toward Industry 5.0 is very different than what we know so far. Efficiency and performance has complete different metrics. They are measured differently. We are no more in Industry 4.0, productivity at all cost, and shareholder value proposition. We are at stakeholder value proposition. We are at resource efficiency level. We are working on productivity and return on capital, not return on investment. Capital, human capital, natural capital, intellectual capital, social capital, and digital capital. We need to understand how we can leverage to increase the efficiency of the resources that we are engaging in our professional and daily lives. This is why the future of strategy and competitiveness is completely different. This is what we are going to see. The awareness and readiness, resilience has a complete different meaning when we are talking about digital and responsible transition. The convergence of these two major forces is redefining the whole landscape of innovation, of markets and industries. This is what we focus on, which gives to a new matrix for risk and readiness. Leadership and governance toward Industry 5.0 is completely different. We need to understand how we lead the new generation. The shift towards Industry 5.0 is engaging 3 different generations. The generation that is making the decisions, signing on new initiatives. They are engaging the resources. That's one generation. One generation is the one that we don't see them in every day, but those are the policymakers and top-tier decision makers that are there to drive the societies and markets. And the third one is the upcoming generation, young students. Those are getting ready to integrate into the job market. We need to understand that these 3 generations can collaborate together. We need to understand that leadership succession planning will fail if decision makers of today do not have the required understanding of what is at stake if we do not responsibly lead and govern innovation and digital transformation. Technology is a tool. It can be used as evil or as enabling force. So we need to make sure that we lead the development and integration of technological tools in a responsible way. Governance of capital in the same manner, governance of social capital, natural, human, digital, intellectual. We need to make sure that we understand these. Leaders, decision makers, innovators, and investors, they are all at a very important point of the time that if we don't get it right, what will happen is that we will innovate in the wrong direction. And the wrong direction is more linear approach, more extractive approach to take values from society, from human, and from the nature for the profit of a few. So the upcoming frontiers of markets and industries are very different. Communication, storytelling, experience design, all of these that you see on the screen, these are the new elements. These are the new, they come together and create the new matrix for risk and readiness. They are a big risk if they are not understood, and they are major enablers of readiness for responsibly driving the forthcoming landscapes if we understand them well. Multi-stakeholder engagement, ecosystem design. These keywords are reshaping how we are doing business, how we need to engage with the society, with people, with investors and policymakers. Symbiosis is very important. We are increasingly talking about human-digital empathy. But Symbiosis 5.0, which is the symbiosis toward Industry 5.0, has the 5 dimensions of social, natural, human, intellectual, and digital. So we need to make sure that symbiosis moving forward takes into account what works best for all of these stakeholders and all the capital that we are bringing together. Operations, supply chains, and value chains the same. So today in this conference, we are going to see different examples. We are going to see how competitiveness of industries is being reshaped, is challenged today for many reasons, from climate change to the different socioeconomic, geopolitical, geo-economic, socio-environmental challenges that we have. So we need to understand them to be able to better lead innovation and transformation. These elements, we integrate them into the 4 labs of ReTech Center, the RISE labs. The R for research, the I for innovation, S for skills, and E for engagement. In Engagement Lab, we work with public, private, and third sector to make sure that we engage resources properly and stakeholders properly. Those who are important to drive the transition toward Industry 5.0. A transition that is more human-centric by nature. A regenerative transformation of our industries and societies. Across the 4 labs, we have different types of initiatives. In skills, we have our specialization tracks for MBA, executive MBA, and executive DBA certificate programs. in research. We are continuing the work that we have started years ago with the European Union on circular economy transition and transition to a more responsible economy. In the Innovation Lab, as you can guess, what we do is that we try to drive innovation toward a more responsible economy. We bring investors who care about the future of societies and businesses. So these programs across the 4 labs will be driven by ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School. At ReTech Center, we engage our alumni. We just had a 2-day workshop, a research acceleration workshop with our doctoral students, doctoral participants and graduates to think about these important pillars, to work on the research aspect of it, to understand what the academic and scientific research would require to move forward. We have done a great job with our colleagues who are here present in the room in order to highlight these important factors. At ReTech Center, we are engaging our alumni network from around the world. Our senior fellows who are here today, from research fellows to different type of practices that they represent, different type of capacities that they bring on board to support the school, ReTech Center, and the community that we address in driving the responsible transition for the emerging futures of markets, societies, and businesses. For all of these, I have to thank all of you who are here, all of you who are online, the network of Harvard Microeconomics of Competitiveness, our partner institutions, the team, like we have Hina, Mona Lisa, Hannah, Sonia, Gabrielle, and all the others who are making this happen, who are making this to become a reality. And of course, our Dean, Alain Rosen. Without his support, none of this would have happened. So please welcome our Dean, Professor Alain Rosen, to join me on the stage for the welcome address. Thank
you. Thanks, Saman. So this conference is about the future, and I'm excited to learn a little bit about that. But let me just take you quickly to the past. In 1987, Celia Russo, a woman who was working at the École des Ponts, the engineering school, which is also our mother's school, had the idea of saying, listen, guys, and it was all men, so she said, listen, guys, we're preparing engineers for society. What we're not doing is preparing managers for society. And so she explained that the importance of developing an MBA program, of teaching soft skills and not just hard skills to engineers who were all going to be top managers one day, but weren't prepared to fill those roles and weren't trained for the skills necessary to fill those roles. She added already then corporate social responsibility, sustainable development, and things like that into the first program already in 1988. Everybody considered her a little bit California crunchy because, what is, we're studying about Timberland. What is this company? Why should we care about sustainable development? When you think about today, and if you said, okay, give me a white page and I have to think about how do I prepare managers for society, I think you'll quickly arrive to this notion of drift, of Industry 5.0, of mixing the hard skills, the soft skills, the impact, and the responsibility that we have to do this for people and planet while still finding a way to be profitable. What we've been doing at the business school for probably like the last 7-8 years, even further, we would probably say 10 years, is we've been doing there's the biblical term from Ecclesiastes, King Solomon, supposed to be the wisest person from the Bible, said, cast your bread upon the waters. And that's what we've been doing for the last 10 years. We've started a lot of different initiatives that are going in a lot of different ways. We created an EDBA 10 years ago. This October, we'll have the 10th edition incoming. We started a new executive MBA called the ReTech program, which is connecting leadership, technology, and impact. We're starting a new program this year. We're launching, which will be a master's in tech for good, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And so I think you can see a similar line, but we've also launched executive education programs. We have a UNESCO chair that's looking at the future of finance in terms of the convergence of value and values. So very much Industry 5.0. We have our Circular Economy Research Center. We have additional research centers looking at cybersecurity, new business models, and obviously sustainable development in all shapes and forms. What's interesting, you scatter this, you start these kind of initiatives. We have attracted amazing people to our doctoral programs and our other executive programs who are all coming from different parts of the world with different interests and taking this kind of scatter chart in a lot of different directions. And I think you'll see some of those kind of coming back today. But one of the things that we talked about with Saman was, we've scattered, but we haven't found a way to loop everything back and to create a flywheel effect where all of this nourishes and actually adds up to something really important. And that's the idea of the ReTech Center, is the scattering, casting the bread upon the waters and having it come back, giving the chance for our DBA graduates and participants to give back, to participate in the programs that we do, to give new entrants the ability to participate in exciting new research projects, and to find different ways to create an ecosystem effect that gets stronger and stronger. One of the things we're doing this year, in addition to the ReTech Centers, we'll be doing a new alumni initiative. So we're creating a new kind of alumni website and services package, and with which we'll also have different communities that will also be linked to the ReTech expertise communities. The business school, we have a very interesting model. We don't have permanent faculty. We bring in the best and brightest to teach anything we have to teach, and that includes all of you here. And so it's really great to see this kind of umbrella that we've created over the different activities that we have going on at the school. And this umbrella is the ReTech Center. The re in ReTech, you can say regenerative, you can say a lot of it. For me, it's responsible technology. And I think that's what we're going to be hearing a lot about today, is different forms of responsible technology and what we can do when we have that mindset of responsible and technology together. A lot of amazing things can happen. The school likes the hashtag keep learning. And so I expect to keep learning a lot today from all of the wonderful speakers that we have. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, for making the effort. And without further ado, I will hand the microphone back to Saman for the rest of the event. Thank you, Saman.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Alan, for your continuous support. So today we have the pleasure of having great professors, expert practitioners, and leading figures from across industries to join us and to support the vision of the digitally empowered responsible transformation at ReTech Center and via ReTech Center for the societies and markets. So today we have 3 panels. The first one, we start with the fashion one, that very soon I will invite our experts and professors to join us. Then we have one on health 5.0. So of course, as you understand, fashion 5.0 means digitally empowered, responsible fashion. The second one is health 5.0, the challenges that we need to address by leveraging technology as a source, as enabling tool to drive the responsible transition of the health industry. And on the last panel, we have space 5.0. We talk about smart cities, the shift toward cognitive cities, cities 5.0. And there we talk about AI, we talk about Web3, we talk about blockchain and different types of innovations and technologies that make this happen, to have this shift of cities and the built environment and the societies toward the emerging futures of Industry 5.0. So without further ado, I would like to invite our dear panelists for the first session, led by the legendary Simone Cipriani. Please.
You don't sound legendary.
Well, please, you can already.
Thank you, Saman. We invite Kurino-san, an international icon of the fashion industry, on stage, founder and creative director of United Arrows. We invite Jean de Croon, entrepreneur and creator of one of the most interesting young and sustainable brands today at world level. We invite a colleague from the United Nations, Bettina Heller, who directs the unit on textile and garments at UNEP, the environmental agency of the UN. And online, I don't see them, but I think they see us. We have the chair of the Italian Fashion Council. There he is, my friend Carlo Capasa, who leads the Italian Fashion Council and an enormous amount of work on sustainability. And we have my colleague Paola Deda there from Geneva. She works in forest and biodiversity for the fashion industry at the UN Economic Commission for Europe. Let me tell you something. Someone told me do a bit of theater at the very beginning. That's what you get now, theater. Thank you for being here. I'm very happy to address you in this pivotal moment of change for the fashion industry, an industry which is, oh, sit down, please, guys. What do you do up there? When you exaggerate with theater, when you exaggerate, you keep people up, but no. This is a moment, an important moment in the global fashion industry, especially in the top segments, because the industry is at the critical crossroads, driven by, as Saman said, political, social, environmental, but also business and economic change that is pushing for a global shift in the way in which we produce and measure value. You know that the fashion industry has been, as all industries, focused on profitability, financial growth, creation of shareholder value, but this is all changing. The industry is now focusing a lot of its objectives on sustainability. You know why? The global challenges of the world of today, climate change, resource depletion, and then loss of biodiversity, social inequality, and all the rest. The point is that in this industry, for the first time, we are seriously discussing circularity and a decrease in the output of the industry, while we also discuss about regenerative practices in the way in which we source inputs. This shift aligns with the main guidelines for sustainability. You know these guidelines, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the OECD Principles on Responsible Business, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and of course, the Green Deal of the European Union and all the legislation linked to that. The stakeholders of this industry are asking us more transparency, more sustainable practices, and the stakeholders are many. They are, of course, investors, employees, workers, but also society with its own articulations, such as NGOs, consumers, associations, and the environment and nature with its enormous amount of different forms of life. They are asking these stakeholders for their interests to be taken into account into the way in which we define our objectives in this industry, into the business. And in this process, we must deserve greater attention to one stakeholder, which is non-humans, it's nature. The contribution of nature to this industry in terms of provision of natural capital, one of those forms of capital someone was referring to, is enormous. Just think about the quantity of soil and water that is consumed in the industry. Just think about deforestation to make room to cultivation of plant fibers or for animal husbandry. This planet is facing a collapse in biodiversity. We need a change of pace, and we need to make room to a business model that fosters a more circular and regenerative approach to the way in which we use natural resources. Doing this means only one thing: recognizing nature as a legitimate stakeholder of this industry. This is a process called particularization, which is about acknowledging, identifying, recognizing the interest of nature and involving them in our corporate governance structure to act on them. Once we do it, there are many systems to act, to pass to action. First of all, we need to assign board positions to people with clear scientific credentials. We can give shares and capital and financial capital to organizations that deal with the protection of nature for them to use dividends in their work of conservation. There are many ways. What is clear, what is absolutely clear is that, I got lost. What is absolutely clear is that this implies a change also in the way in which board of directors, the engine of governance, work. We need boards with competent people who oversee impacts on the environment, who oversee impact on human rights and labor. But additionally, we need people equipped with tools and systems to manage this impact, to know this impact, to identify them, to mitigate them, to eliminate them. And this happens, as my predecessors on stage have just said, in a transitional moment we call Industry 5.0, which is bringing together sustainability with digitally empowered and responsible innovation. This will equip the boards of governance with the tools, with the technology, with the innovation they need to bring together the complexities of sustainability. This is called smart governance. So we have many questions for our panelists today here and those online. There is a first philosophical question which we do not ask, but is for us to think about it. What is the moral imperative of this kind of transition? Then there are the practical questions we ask today. Is degrowth and a more communitarian use of resources the way to go? What is the role of international organizations in providing guidance and tools? What is the role of young brands in this transition? Can they lead the way or not? What happens in the boardroom and in the associations of the big industry, and what happens in their work for sustainability? Is there something we can learn out of that? We will discuss these questions today with an eye on nature as a stakeholder and another on steering a fully responsible transformation. I already presented the experts, so without further ado, is it correct, Alan? Further ado, he's a very serious, he's a very serious person. He's a professor, so I need to be endorsed. We pass to the question, and we start from my friend Carlo Capasa, the chairperson of the Italian Fashion Council. Carlo, you lead the industry. Camera della Moda is leading the industry towards integrating broader stakeholder concerns, including environmental and social responsibilities. What is the work of Camera della Moda in that? What can we learn from it? Every speaker 4 minutes. I'll be the timekeeper. Carlo, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Simone, and thanks everybody to invite me. Well, first of all, Italy has a huge responsibility. We are the world leader producer for luxury fashion goods. We have more than 60,000 companies. We have more than about 600,000 people working in the production and same number in the distribution. We are the second industry in Italy. So we have the huge problem how to help sustainability to become true in our business. We started creating a working group inside Camera La Moda that with the best, our members, Gucci, Armani, Prada, Valentino, Versace, Fendi, all together, we started to talk in 2011 among the other fashion council, and we created a manifesto to start with. From there, we established many different tables, 8 at the moment, on different arguments of sustainability, from traceability of the supply chain, on ESPR, transparency, the chemical impact on the creative moment, chemical impact on the production. So all those tables, they made happening almost a miracle. All those brands together, the experts of those brands together, with more experts from outside, sitting together and try to join a discussion and try to find a common path towards sustainability. And those rules are the rules that we share. Today, our rules for chemical in the production and creation are shared by 92% of the Italian industry. And this is great because we are talking something that happened naturally, just for the putting together some expert, putting together some company, and try together to give answer to a question that is very, very tough in this moment, but we have to solve.
Thank you, Carlo. And you stayed within 2 minutes. You are incredible. You are incredible. Jean, I come to you with a question. You created a very innovative brand. How do you incorporate social sustainability into your work with artisans and wider operations, particularly in terms of labor practices, sourcing, and so on? You are an example for many. You are incredible. We want to know more. You have 4 minutes, and I'll be the timekeeper. Go!
So hello, everyone. My name is Jeanne de Kroon. I started a brand when I was 22 with 7 women and 4 dresses. Now we work with over 1,400 women across the world. These are any from the indigenous groups in the Andes to the communities in India, Afghanistan, Ghana. And what we do with the company, and although we do it in the form of fashion, is that we create structures around the feminine. And I think this is the beauty of what I also heard in the initial speech, is that we have to go from this linear, structured, and very business-focused path on actually listening to nature and the women, primarily, that take care of her. So what I do with Zazie is that I sit down with the groups. I'm not a designer, so I'm in no way going to say that this is what you have to make, but we start listening. And I think to create this new industry 5.0 is really what we have to do firstly, is to re-listen to the stories of nature and the people that take care of her. I mean, it is widely known that I think 5% of the indigenous people right now protect over 80% of global biodiversity. This is just a small way to display of the potential that we have if we can connect technological innovation to actually support those who can listen to nature. So this is my work with Zazie, very practical terms. We work everywhere with local living wages. So we set up living wages are key component, but also really to de-hierarchize the construction of designer and artisan. How do you come together as women or as creators? How do we build structures around that are not just nurturing for the company in the global north, but also the communities in the global south? And it is really with the realization that we're all co-creating with our reality. We're not above it. We're not aside of it. We're in the midst of it. So this is also what led me to my new technical platform that I've started to develop with an incredible group of very smart computer boys, which will be very centered around incorporating the rural handmade economy into the global fashion industry. Because I think when we use creation or craft, the rural economy. So these are the tiny little micro enterprises, the groups of women that protect large ecosystems. They are not involved right now into the global fashion industry. You wanted to ask a question?
Go. No, I want to.
Yeah, I can continue.
Go.
So what happens, even in India alone, there's this incredible research done. There is over 300,000 micro enterprises. What they don't have is access, financial literacy, and support with capacity building. What they do have is the potential to completely reconnect us to the base of fashion. So what I'm trying to develop right now, together with this group and a foundation that I'm starting, is how can we actually create structures? And I think this is the amazing potential with technologies such as AI, blockchain, geo-based tracking. You can see each provenance. And I think the opportunity to create digital ideas around these communities is to really reweave the stories back into the consumer. Because what used to happen is, I come from a weaver's family. When I bought something, I knew the maker. So I therefore had a value to it, a responsibility to take care of it. Now I buy something, I have no idea who made it, what the stories are behind it, what the intricacies, the song that were sung to the soil when the tiny crops arose. So how do we re-enchant people back to this very essence? That's my mission in life.
And you stayed within the 4 minutes. Congratulations. That's a beautiful story. Kurino-san. Kurino-san, you are an icon of the international fashion industry. We've worked together across the world. I want to start with you with one question. In what ways can luxury fashion brands balance exclusivity and heritage with the need for sustainable practices and the respect for nature and society? Over to you, Kurino-san.
Thank you. My name is Hirofumi Kurino. 1989, me and my colleague established a company called United Arrows. And 2013, I met Simone-san, and we traveled together to Kenya and Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Eritrea. All because of we would like to make something very special in Africa. And in the very early beginning of our collaboration, I said to Simone-san that we would like to use the post-luxury concept, because already 11 years ago, I'm very fed up with the luxury brand. And unfortunately, luxury brand in the 21st century is about the money matters. And I was born in 1950s. I joined in fashion industry 1977. So at that moment, nobody used the word luxury. It's the very old good house, like a Hermes or Chanel. Those people, of course, they are already there, but most of them had the roots about their culture, like a traveling or horse riding, and it's developed. It is a reason of they developing their culture into business. So the people like Hermes for horse riding and also the traveling, or Louis Vuitton for traveling, they developing those production and becomes like a certain level of the big company. But the big investment start to like maximize those activities, and it's going on and going on. And I'm afraid that this money-driven type of the business expansion devaluates the value of the luxury. So the reason why I work together with Simone-san is to find what is true luxury or next to luxury, but not too much money driven. Of course, this is a business, but if the money making is on the center, there's a lot of dangers about damage the earth or damage the culture and damage the local people. And Shimura-san showed me the reel of Kenya, Nairobi. We went to the Korokocho. It's a
Islam.
it's a slum, the biggest like a
The
slum
biggest dump site in the region.
dump site in the world. So if you think about where my clothes go, finally, all of the world clothes goes to Africa, and so on the surface, from the very expensive garment to fast fashion, disappearing from our eye, but go to Africa, and it's like a final point of the mass production is in Africa. It makes the local people to not producing the production by themselves, or just carrying those a kind of garbage from the European world or Asian world. They need help to bring those throwaway clothes. So it's a very unhealthy situation. And we worked together in Kenya to developing the beads, handmade beads by Maasai women. Or in Burkina Faso, we worked together with a local weave manufacturer, local women, like she's doing. So this is not mass production, but this is very special. And through these activities, those local people can get a steady job, or out of the poverty, or they can send their children to school, and they can carry on the tradition and heritage. Otherwise, the Africa, going back to the 17, 18, 19th century, about a new slavery. So still there's a lot of poor people, but the big company or big country targeting them to be a low-cost labor. But we are the same human. So why some becomes very rich, some becomes very poor, and somebody destroying the local culture or local hand-woven history is unfair and it's unhealthy. And recently, I'm very doubtful about the word natural resources, because we just have 8 million years in the earth, and before us, already earth is there. And they have their own food chain. We must be one of the in their food chain. We are food for the tiger or a lion. We are eaten. But these 8 million years make us to step up, or not step up, but a kind of a step to reach in the top of this food chain. And many people said, natural resources, natural resources. No, no, no. Before you, there's already lion, bear, and nobody possesses. So the possession, especially the possession concept, it's the starting of the damaging the earth. So in our elementary school, we learn about the nomadic people who just moving and hunting animal, hunter people, or agriculture people, and make food in their own land. But very recently, another analyzation comes that nomadic hunting people, they have the concept of sharing. Because today I just can get the one deer or one elephant, they share. But unfortunately, the agriculture people try to take the land as looks like their own land. So this becomes like the birth of the hierarchy, or then into money and business. So just 8 million years, and very recently, just
We've already changed everything.
that we damage everything. So I'm not pessimist. I'm not too negative about our future. But if human is not here, animal or nature must be happy. They don't need us, but we need them. So we are lodger. We just borrow their place, food, air, water, and we should not like possessing in a possessing concept. So I think the word post luxury is maybe beyond the possessing, but not like I'm not a communist, so more intellectual. We should have more intellectual way of live together with the nature. Like John said, listen to the nature. So nature always tell us the answer about how we should live.
A more a less anthropocentric approach, an approach more closer, much closer to nature. And this allows us to go to Bettina Heller, who is in charge of the unit on textile and garments at UNEP. I would like to underline this. UNEP is the environmental agency of the UN. Every 2 years, you hold the Environmental Assembly of the world, in which you discuss the real issues about the environment. Bettina, Kurino-san introduced the importance of nature, the importance of leaving behind a purely anthropocentric approach in order to come towards the planet. The question for you is, how do global sustainability frameworks, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, and so on, influence the fashion industry approach to sustainability, and what is UNEP doing to support it? Over to you.
Thanks, Simone.
This is for Kurino-san. Then you do it. Then you
nice
do the
to get
same for
applauded
Bettina,
before you
but you have
start.
to wait for her to speak.
I feel the pressure is off now. Thanks so much. It's really interesting to also listen to my fellow panelists. So at UNEP, we are speaking about, well, we are facing a lot of crises in the world, but to pick 3 of them from the environmental perspective, we have a crisis of climate change, a crisis of nature loss and biodiversity loss, and a crisis of pollution. And I think it's very important to have these global frameworks because it really sets the direction that everybody can jointly pull into. We all know that it's not enough if one actor just takes some action. We really need the entire ecosystem to act, and these global frameworks can help do that and really help put the power of everyone behind. The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, are of course sort of the generic framework, and there's a lot of relevancy for the textile and fashion industry in them. I think the Paris Agreement has shown the industry quite a lot the direction. There are a lot of initiatives that have mapped out what does that mean. Most notably also our sister agency, the UNFCCC, they have a charter that translated the Paris Agreement for the fashion industry and is working with the industry towards meeting those goals. But there are also other frameworks. So we now also have a global biodiversity framework that has quite a lot also for the fashion and textile industry. And as of last year, we also have a global framework on chemicals, which again has quite a significance for that industry. And in the discussions leading up to that framework, actually, the textile industry was always cited as one of the ones that is already a bit more organized, and maybe other sectors can learn learn from it. I just wanted to make the point of these three because I feel sometimes the discussion is very much focused on climate, and it's very important to address climate, but it's equally important to address the other pillars and to integrate it all. And of course, then also think about the social elements, a just transition, everything that we're talking about here today. But yeah, just to say, we do feel the need for really having that direction, a joint direction that everybody can pull towards.
And Bettina, you introduced the point, the theme of biodiversity, which is a very important theme for the survival of the humankind on the planet, but also for the fashion industry. In January, there's a new legislation in Europe on deforestation that bans any import from areas subject to deforestation. This has a huge impact also, for instance, on leather, on sourcing the raw materials for the fashion industry. Paola, we come to you. Where are you, Paola? Mamma mia. There you are, Paola. Paola, you work on forests and biodiversity. Given the critical role of forests and biodiversity in sustaining our planet's ecosystems, how can the luxury fashion industry, the fashion industry after Corino-san, we don't say luxury anymore, the fashion industry effectively integrate regenerative practices into their business models? Over to you.
Thank you, Simona, and thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. And I think you saw that I have a tiger just behind me, just to remind us of the importance of biodiversity indeed. Well,
because as Corino-san reminded us, you can be food for that tiger.
And I have her behind, so it's quite dangerous. Well, I mean, to come to the serious matters, let's say the luxury industry has many options, and it's not that it's not already active. There are examples of action already in this direction. I would say the first point is the use of organic and regenerative agriculture. This means that luxury brands can source raw materials like cotton, wool, leather from farms that practice regenerative agriculture. A specialist on forests, and as you know, also in materials like lyocell. This is also a good example. Forest, and the moment you hear forest, it's like, oh my God, we're going to cut down trees. But there is something called sustainable forest management, whereby forests where you cut trees are also regenerated. And this is the majority of forests in Europe. And we should remember that the forests in Europe are actually growing. Then there are other options like following circular economy models. And that's important. We are talking about, about this with a business school. This means choosing models of recycling and upcycling, so develop products that are designed for longevity. This is typical of luxury industry always, but also not always. So sometimes we have to remind the industry that repairability, recyclability is also very much important. Another important aspect, and as we are talking about 5.0, right, and the technologies, is the use of innovative materials and technologies. These are available. For instance, in particular, in the use of bio-based fabrics, and there are also circular processes for the production of these materials. For instance, processes that do not waste water and recycle water. Another important point, supply chain, is transparency and traceability. So the use of blockchain technology to ensure full transparency and traceability of materials. Whenever I talk about traceability, I however put a but, because sometimes we talk about tracing synthetics, and we should also remember that very often the choice that the industry can make is which materials do I use. And using polyester is not a sustainable choice, whether you trace it or not. So that's very important to put traceability in that category. Then we can talk about environmental stewardship and restoration projects. So sometimes I hear, well, but if a business supports a restoration project, doesn't mean the business is sustainable. But however, these practices are very welcome. And, being involved in biodiversity conservation and financing biodiversity conservation, this is something luxury companies can do. Another point is actually educating the customer, but also educating the business itself. I can give you an example as Carlo is here. With Camera Moda, we are actually having a meeting on biodiversity in October with all the members. We will talk about traceability of forest-based fabrics. We are going to discuss with members of Camera Moda about the forest, about biodiversity. This is really an important engagement. Once things are learned, it's very difficult then to forget them, because they become part also of your knowledge. So you have to remember them when you embrace your business. Another important point is utilizing sustainable business practice that go beyond biodiversity, because carbon neutrality goals, for instance, or eco-friendly packaging, they all have an impact on biodiversity. So it's not only the direct impact on the species or on the forest, but it's also what sustainable practice you use that have in far away impact on biodiversity. Then I would say, last but not least, utilizing business models that also regenerative. We should not shy away, in the luxury industry, should not shy away from rental services, or reducing the need for ownership in general, and encouraging a circular economy. Also using second-hand marketplaces in the appropriate way. I'll stop here. I hope I answer your question, but if there is any question after, I'll be happy to take it.
But that's my time, which means that, a lot, mamma mia. So far, before we draw conclusions, we go for a second round of questions. Then we draw the conclusions of the speakers, because I'm putting together what they are saying, and then we open the discussion with the public. Now, second round, and we start again by Carlo Capassa. Carlo, I would like you to deep dive into the policies and guidelines that Camera della Moda is considering to ensure that fashion brands comply with international sustainability legislation, and of course with the Green Deal of the European Union. We know that Camera della Moda does a huge amount of work on that. Over to you.
All right. Well, first of all, I said that what came out from our discussion is very clear, that we are all stakeholders of sustainability. We have to be all together or nothing. No one can work and think to make a process of sustainability in fashion alone. This is why we have to engage all the people, all the stakeholders. We are trying on different levels to engage stakeholders. On one side, creating the fashion awards, for example, Sustainable Fashion Award, some event that makes a strong communication about sustainability. Because when we go and talk with the political, with the people, with all the governments, European association and all that, we need to make them all part of this process of sustainability. So please all be aware that we have to communicate more and better, and we have to communicate that we have to be all together. We work with at the PEF, at the Product Environmental Footprint. We are part of the technical secretariat on this group of the European Commission. And being there, we understood the many points of being sustainable. And the first outcome of our commitment was to create a consortium, ReCrea, that is a consortium taking care of the difficult issue of the end of life of fashion products. This is something important. We have to manage fashion products from the beginning. Traceability is good, but we have to trace the product until the end. And this is why we are working also through EFA, the European Fashion Association, on several topics related to sustainability, like digital passport or eco-design, because from one side, the eco-design, we start to create products that must be sustainable. But then we have to trace those products, and then we have to think to the end of life of those products. So we are trying to close the process together with all our brand members and more. For example, when we established European Fashion Association, we involved 21 countries, 28 organizations to be part of this, to be all together on talking about the new rules and the new challenges about sustainability. We work about social responsibility, and we work also with outside player, let's say, like with Fair Wage Network. We create. We went very deep on the living wages issue. We have to think to all those points because we have to think to the people. We also partner with the UN Ethical Fashion Initiative, talking about the ESG for our fashion business. This is important. We have to define those ESG. Otherwise, we talk about many rules, but we don't know how to judge the reality of those rules, how to judge a brand, how to judge a product. And then we work with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the leading body about circular economy, to build working groups about this. So we have to put together all those people, all those governments, the European, the national government, the United Nations, putting together the brands, all the players. We have to create a big, enormous group together, because we do it all together or we don't do it.
Wow, that's a great sentence. We do it together or we do not do it. We are all stakeholders for sustainability, and it's very important the way in which we communicate sustainability, the way in which we involve consumers and the public in our sustainable activities in the industry. The European Union has promulgated a taxonomy to define what is a green business, what are the green claims of the industry, but UNEP has elaborated a very interesting tool, a communication playbook on sustainability for companies to communicate correctly in a transparent way, avoiding greenwashing about sustainability. I remember a beautiful presentation about this led by you and your team with Camera della Moda in Milano just a couple of months ago. Do you want to tell us something more about this playbook, Bettina?
With pleasure.
And where it is available for people to access it also.
Not sure if I know the webpage by heart, but if you Google UNEP and Fashion Playbook, you'll find it. So basically, we've been working on this sector for a while, and we started out by getting the science in place, by looking at the entire life cycle, the entire value chain, and identifying the hotspots. Because one thing that's also very important is that we have limited time, budget, human resources, all of us, so we should really tackle those impacts that will make the most difference, even if they're not the easiest to tackle. One of the things that we then found, we put together a sort of roadmap where we consulted stakeholders around the world, how can we address those impacts, and we came up with different priorities, and the one that we found is sort of the most system-changing one is to change consumption patterns, which doesn't mean that the onus of that lies with the consumer, but it's more about changing the business models, the product design, but also how we communicate to consumers. And this is then where the idea for the playbook came up, because we found that the consumer engagement actors, it's a group that has really been not engaged in the sustainability discussion at all when it comes to fashion. The comms people, marketing people, and the brands, if they go to sustainability events, they're there as PR support for the chief sustainability officer, but they're not there to provide content. And if we think about how many messages we're all bombarded with every day, it's not so much only about informing consumers, it's about not providing those messages that are perpetuating overconsumption, not to just have those messages that say buy more, buy faster, buy cheaper, but really seeing how can we use all of that creative power and thinking and also budget that goes into the marketing engine to redirect that towards more regenerative models, towards circular business models, towards other means to engage with fashion that do not rely on just producing quicker and selling quicker. And the feedback has been incredible. We had so much interest in that, just because also it is an area that has been so underaddressed. So there's different layers in there. One is the information, the base layer that Simona described, how do you avoid greenwashing? But then we also talk about culture, about how can we make sustainability the norm? How can we shift aspirations? How can we change the overall narrative and dream up a more sustainable future through storytelling that is also recognizing how fashion is intrinsically linked to nature, to cultures, to heritage, and really bring that to the forefront. I think that goes back to something Jan said about, how do you even know where your clothes come from and how do you have that relation, which we've lost a bit. And then the last layer is also advocacy. So how can communicators, be they in brands and retailers, be they in media, in governments, how can they empower people in their role as citizens? We often talk about consumers, but at the end, we're all people and citizens, to demand bigger action also from governments and businesses.
So it's an interesting tool. It's an interesting tool. If you want to see this tool, you go to the website of UNEP, unep.org, and you can download it. If you are a practitioner, if you work in the industry, I say this for people online who are many, you can download it, you can use it. It guides you in doing your corporate sustainability reporting. It's not a sustainability reporting standard. It's a guideline to organize your thinking around this before starting using the reporting standards. Paola, you recently, where is Paola? Can we see Paola? Poor Paola. There she is. Paola, you recently organized an interesting initiative about sustainability and the dimension of cities for sustainability in fashion. What's the role of cities in sustainability for the fashion industry? Can you tell us something about that, about what came out of your seminar? Over to you.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you. And actually, I heard that one of your seminars today also will focus on smart cities. So this is also very relevant because a city can be smart also when it comes to...
That's why I asked it, because it's aligned with the work they do here at ReCenter.
Exactly, exactly. Well, first of all, let me tell you, and let me brag a bit, but this was a very important event because just with a webinar, we gathered 500 people, practitioners, experts, city experts. So it was a very large event for the community, the fashion community and the city community. Also, let me also mention, this is an event of the Alliance, UN Alliance on Sustainable Fashion, of which you are the chair, Simone. I think it's important because when we mention a lot of tools, that's where students can also find what different UN agencies are doing on sustainable fashion. So that's an important place to go to find the information. Let's come to cities. When we come to cities, we think of cities just because of fashion season, right? The Paris Fashion Week, Milan Fashion Week. But when we don't think of cities as a tool for sustainability of fashion, at least, right? Normally we don't. However, cities are crucial because all the waste from textiles and from the fashion remains at the city level. And then the city is shipping it out. And then we know the stories of this enormous amount of waste that ends up in other cities in the developing world. So what did this seminar do? It asked cities that have advanced programs for the recycling of garments and textiles and any other fashion-related item within the city. So we are really talking about a circular economy within the city. So there hasn't been you don't need them to ship it out and have an impact on other cities. We had, for instance, the example of Accra in Ghana that is just receiving this huge amount of used clothing and cannot recycle it. So we had stories from New York, from Amsterdam, for instance, from Oslo, with all very interesting case studies on how the city is redistributing strategically or recycling, because very often there are also programs to recycle the textile. What I also found very, very interesting, Simone, is that there are fashion officers, so circular fashion officers within the municipality. That's a very interesting new type of job, right? For whoever wants to work in the fashion world, who are responsible really to organize this circular model within a city. There is a website. Actually, I just issued last week an Instagram and LinkedIn post resending around the link to this webinar, which is quite long, but for those interested, it's very, it's very useful, a very useful resource to listen from these cities what solutions they found, and how can they be easily, and I repeat, easily replicated in other cities.
So we'll have chief fashion officers in cities. Here we have a chief fashion officer for a whole of the country, who is Carlo Capasa for Italy. And Jean, I want to ask you something about a point you touched. You touched an important point, and I wanted you to do it. It's the fact that communities help engaging with communities, supporting communities of artisans and women helps to protect ecosystems. How this relationship work in practical terms in your experience, because you have experience of that.
Do you mean the collaboration as a brand with the community, or the community? Okay, I think I'm going to give a really beautiful example of one of the communities that have really created phenomenal change. They're located in Himachal Pradesh. It's a small community called Kuvi Wims. When we started to work with them in 2021, there were 14 women. There were 14 women on a pristine forest high up in the Himalayas. So they come from this incredible, intricate, intergenerational knowledge about the ecosystems that they live in. So for them, when they weave, it's not just they weave, they sing to the goddesses that taught them how to weave. They connect their knowledge of ancestors to every single bit of reality of taking care of the land. The understanding of the cyclicality is given through the grandmothers to the daughters and to the little children that come after. This is how they protect ecosystems. And it happens through craft. So when we started to work with them, I think it's very normal that we're so used to, when you're in the West and you walk into the supermarket in Europe in December, you can get a strawberry. And when you start to design as a designer, you're very used to, like, I'm imagining a revival of 70s suede. And then you start to find the suede. But this is no longer what we have to do. So what I really believe in is that this industry has to start at the soil, because when we regenerate the soil, a healthy garden and ecosystem can bloom. So what it looks like in very practical terms is that I go there to the community, or we have Zoom conversations and WhatsApp conversations, and we start to listen. So the conversations then go about, like, okay, how many women are there? How many weavers are there? What is your capacity? What are your dreams? What are the things that you pray to? What are the colors that grow seasonally in the time that we start producing together? Is that marigold flowers, or is that do we need to invest in your capacity? And then from that process and long conversations with many cute WhatsApp pictures of babies and sheep and herders and mountains and little moments in between, we start to create. So this is an intricate process that takes over 1.5 years. And after 1.5 years, we start to have
a year and a half. Whilst usually in the fashion seasonality, this is something you do in 1.5 months. 1.5 years, another time frame.
So 1.5 years later, we have a beautiful product. So we do a small order and we support wherever possible with the capacity building and the natural dye training. And now Kuvi Wims, and then we launched a collection. We highlighted as much as the stories as possible. We shot the campaign with the community. Also explaining exactly what it means to have one of these. I have the punch actually there with me, you can see it. Then Vogue India wrote a big article about the work that we do with the community. A little while later, they had 10 new partners. In 2 years, they grew from 14 women to 300 women. They have educated over 10 women's leaders, 5,000 kgs of natural daisy indigenous wool. And the most important thing is that the daughters of the mothers want to stay in the village and work, which gives a localized, thriving economy, which is the simplicity of sitting together on a tiny little shed overlooking the mountains and seeing, what do you want? Let's create something together.
Wow. You follow the Instagram of Jeanne, you visualize all this. One day you see her in the Himalayas, another day in Ghana, another day, God knows where, somewhere in the Amazon. Kurino-san, I would like you to comment a bit on this, on the engagement. You already did it on communities, but by telling us a story of your work in Burkina Faso with the United Nations, with us. Burkina Faso is a place where that has gone through difficult moments, and not everybody in the industry feels it's always a safe place to work. Nevertheless, thanks to the engagement of an international fashion brand, United Arrows, and an international organization, the UN, we created something that flowered and that it is still there. How did it come through? How did it work in practical terms? What did you do there? It's important because online there are many practitioners of the industry, and I want them to hear, I know many of them, I want them to hear how it worked practically, because it's possible also for you guys. Over to you, Kurino.
The audience and the professionals might know about the Harris Tweed. Harris Tweed has a long history, and many
It's a Scottish tweed.
Yes, many people know. And because of the success of Harris Tweed, the naming, and also a kind of branding, nearly all of the world people knowing Harris Tweed. And this Harris Tweed, this fabric, this is a fabric, but it means buying or selling or using Harris Tweed makes the local manufacturer continuing their business and continuing their community. So when I heard the story about Burkina Faso, the hand weave micro producers, quickly I remember, this might be like a future Harris Tweed. So in cotton, there's a lot of like a fine yarn or technical yarn or design yarn. But Burkina Faso hand-woven fabric is more simple, but more tasteful. And I'm really charmed by the fabric from Burkina Faso. So if someone try to use this, or if someone try to collaborate them, this tradition might disappearing. And those fabrics are so charming, like maybe the similar experience as the jam in many places. So I saw in a Burkina or Ethiopia or in Kenya, many local handcraft things and hand-woven things. So how to carry on to the next generation is to using in a more meaningful way as a kind of branding, not using, but branding. So if it's a kind of like a greenwash, we doing nice things in Burkina and helping the local people, it's a greenwash. But we need that fabric because it's precious. No other country, no other weavers can make those very colorful, touching fabrics. So we use in our collection. And also we introduce in Burkina Faso fabric to the another company. And so unfortunately, during the COVID, the activities are a little bit stopped, but still I have a sample of a lot of Burkina Faso fabrics. So still some people asking like, they want to start working with Burkina. Okay, I have the sample in my office. So why not see this and pick up some and knock the door of Burkina team of Ethical Fashion Institute. So it's a very small activities, but same time is to sustain, really sustain something. Small scale, but the meaning is big. And originally fashion should be like that, I think. So very carefully handmade production by artisanal, like Hermes or Gucci Prada. Originally, they are like those handcraft makers. So why not we can find the good sources from Africa. So at this moment, with our company is a little bit stopped, but I hope the audience or someone has like a possibility will continue in this, because you already made the foundation. And I still remember in Burkina, when I visit the small village, there's no electricity. So when the day comes up, women start weaving. And when the day goes down, they stop. No electricity. It's 100% natural energy. And also, I saw a very old guy sit next to female weavers. And I asked, what's he doing? They said he's a kind of a god. But it's a story. You know, they try to make him work with them. Otherwise, he's lonely. So it's a very beautiful story. You know, poor village, no electricity, hand weaver, but they same time they give the chance to work or just sit the lonely guy with them. So community is like that. It's about the sharing. It's about sharing the real wealth, I think. So I'm not trying to you guys to going back to the ancient age or stone age, but with a healthy use of technology and healthy mind, we can make it happen, I think.
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful message. If you want to see this journey, you go to the Instagram of the Ethical Fashion Initiative that I direct. It's a program of the UN at Ethical Fashion, and you see all those stories. I would like to leave the floor to the public for just a couple of questions, because we have 10 minutes, then I draw the conclusions. If there are the questions, fire your questions now or be silent forever. There, you have a question there.
You also have a question. That's it. Quick questions. First of all, thank you very much. Super interesting. What bothers me a tiny bit is that if I listen to you, it feels like everything is just perfect. The world, we've solved all the problems. There's the frameworks, there's some absolutely amazing stories. We have the solutions. I mean, we've been hearing we have the solutions for decades. So there seems to me that there's a gap, between reality and the stories we tell. Now, it doesn't mean that the stories aren't good, but there's a gap. We're missing, where is the integrity that takes us from telling a good story to actually shifting the industry as a whole?
Thank you. That's a very meaningful comment, and I thank you for this. We tell the stories because there is a gap, and because we want to stimulate people to close this gap and to engage. The reason why we tell these stories is to tell practitioners in this industry, hey, it's feasible. You've got to engage, because you are absolutely right. The gap is enormous. You just open a newspaper or you go online and you check. But the stories are needed to engage people. The fashion professionals have been in this industry for 30 years, do not engage if they do not hear that somebody else has done the same. It's a business of imitation, fashion. Well, we speak about creativity and so on, but that's a lot of imitation, and even in the behavior. So you are absolutely right. There's a gap. That's the reason why we tell the stories, because we can close this gap, but we have to follow this lead and we have to engage more. These are exceptions, but we show the exception to get the lead and to get the direction where you want to go. Tamsin, ask a very quick question. Over to you. We worked together 20 years ago, and when I was creating the Ethical Fashion Initiative, and we meet today after 20 years.
And you haven't lost any of your energy. Hi, thanks for being here, for letting me be here. Yeah, so I wanted to say that I'm not alone in this room, as having worked for more than 2 decades in sustainable and ethical business. And I'm sure many of you share my frustration, following up on your point, that despite all of our work, and in the fashion sector, it's 55 initiatives that have been set up. That's not counting all the projects that are part of them. But since 1989, with the Clean Clothes campaign, 30 years of initiatives to drive change. And yet we're seeing all the graphs going the wrong way. These are wonderful stories. We need them to happen on a much bigger scale. And we work with hundreds of professionals at the front line of leading businesses around Common Objective. And they're deeply committed to doing things differently, but their hands are tied. Costs are high. They can't prioritize that over other things. Here in this room, we bring together the people who can change that. How can we, 55 initiatives, all of this research, over 300 million going in every year towards sustainable fashion initiatives. How can we harness that in a better way to be more strategic and actually drive change?
Wow, that's a question, Tamsin. Well, maybe at ReTech we have a reply, an answer, or a partial one. We are going to an end. Before giving you this answer and replying to you, Tamsin, because that's a very meaningful point, I want to draw the conclusions of what our panelists have said. Kurino-san invited us towards a less anthropocentric approach, which doesn't mean forget the humankind, but frame the humankind in a wider vision around the planet. And the way is what Jean said, community engagement, caring of community and their interaction with the ecosystems. There is the need of a holistic approach, as Bettina said. Let's not forget that the environment and society are very complex issues. Biodiversity, climate change, they are all linked and reinforce each other. And the point of Paola on materials and the engagements also of organizational settings such as cities that we usually do not think relevant about sustainability, but which they are. And most of all, as Carlo said, we are all stakeholders. We are all stakeholders, and we are all stakeholders of a better world. And in this industry, Carlo gave a beautiful message. He repeats this message everywhere I meet him, in industry fora and so on. Or we do it together, or we disappear. Well, Tamsin, I close this session with an announcement that replies to your question and positive provocation. I want to give an announcement, Professor, may I? Because Professor Saman here is very severe with me. ReTech is actively working on forming a new board of experts dedicated to advancing Industry 5.0 and sustainability within the high-end fashion industry. So a first reply is, Tamsin, join us. Join this board, join us. Join us in this war. We need to be together. This board wants to make sense of all these 55 different initiatives and all the many practices in order to offer to academia, to policymakers, to practitioners, to the industry, the right support they need for this positive transition. ReTech is already an industry stakeholder for the fashion industry. The board on responsible fashion, on Fashion 5.0, on nature as a stakeholder of fashion with all the implications we touched today. Nature means ecosystem, community, organization, everything. This holistic approach is here. I hope you will see a lot of these people here that you saw today in person and online in this new initiative, and you, Tamsin, do not escape away. Thank you for being with us. Stay tuned. You've got a lot to see in the near future.
Yes, thank you very much. Fantastic conversation. So the conversation goes on, of course, with the next panels as well, which brings also more responses to these type of questions that we get all the time. What to do, how to do it, how to drive it. So now we are going to have 30 minutes break, and then we come back for the next panel on Health 5.0, and then we continue the discussion with the experts that we have here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all participants online and here. Carlo, Paola, Bettina, Simone, Jean, and Corino. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's get ready for the second panel, please. We are going to have the next panel starting soon. All right. Thank you very much for joining. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. C'est l'honneur de vous avoir ici. Merci. Merci beaucoup. All right. So can we get started? Yes? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So we had the first panel about Fashion 5.0, and now we are starting with the second one on Health 5.0. So we are going to have a conversation. We are going to have a conversation with very important people, decision makers from the public and private sector, who represent major initiatives in driving the health industry toward a more responsible and regenerative health sector for all stakeholders. So in this panel, we have the honor of having Clémentine with us. She's finishing her executive DBA at the school, and she has brought Stefan, Olivia, and Mayara. Olivia as well is the graduate of our executive doctoral program, so it's an honor also to have Olivia here with us. Thank you very much. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the panel and Clémentine to start the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saman. Welcome, everyone, to our panel discussion on Health 5.0, where cutting-edge technology, innovations, cultural intelligence, and human-centric approach converge to address the current and the future of the healthcare sector. Our distinguished speaker will delve into how these elements are transforming healthcare delivery and patient outcomes. We hope that you will gain insight into agile transformation and strategies to create compassionate, inclusive, and sustainable health systems. The discussions aims to highlight the importance of resilient practices and cultural intelligence in fostering a forward-thinking healthcare environment focused on patient well-being. Moving forward, we will explore how to personalize healthcare and integrate differences as a competitive advantage. This includes considering not only general culture differences, but also environmental, chemical, biological, sociological, and cognitive differences. By embracing these different diverse factors, we can develop a more holistic approach to healthcare that truly meets the needs of individuals worldwide. First, I think it's important to highlight all diverse definitions of the word health. Worldwide, as universality does not erase diversity of perceptions. As Saint-Exupéry beautifully said, if you differ from me, my brother, far from hurting me, you enrich me. This quote encapsulates this essence of our discussion, celebrating diversity as a source of enrichment rather than division. To illustrate this point, I asked healthcare professionals from diverse continents to respond to the question, what is your definition of health in one sentence? Here are some of their insights. Dr. Maman Begela Ngama, medical doctor in Congo, health is an individual, collective, and environmental state of well-being because it allows people and society to feel protected and able to live fully. It contributes to progress and socio-economic development. Dr. Armel Hébert, immunologist in France, considering that we share the same biological matrices and all living beings, which are composed of water, air, and earth, we are constituted from these environmental matrices. Only the respect and integrity of their quality can ensure sustainable health, both literally and figuratively. Humanity's impact on the environment imprints its genome and all living beings. Now, let me introduce our distinguished panelists, each bringing a unique perspective on her wealth of experience to our discussions. Their insight will help us to understand the multifaceted nature of Health 5.0 and its implications for global health. Stéphane Demilly, a French senator with an impressive and extensive political career, an international consultant, an author who explore behavioral and cognitive sciences using Ned Herman quadrant model, analysis, organization, communication, and creativity. Stéphane focuses on transforming human resources into human richness, helping managers better understand themselves and their employees to create synergetic teams and that thrive on diversity and innovation. Dr. Olivia Ingram specializes in leadership development, organizational and people transformation, and dynamic change management. Her doctoral dissertation at École des Ponts Business School focused on digital transformation in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Olivia consults internationally on strategy, transformation, and cultural intelligence, emphasizing the importance of bridging cultural differences as a key to success in Industry 5.0. Mayra Bakan, Head of Digital Organizational Capability and Transformation at Sanofi. Her expertise encompasses corporate culture, agile operational models, change management, and learning development strategies. Mayara works across 30 countries and manages over 2,000 diverse individuals worldwide, orchestrating digital capabilities in a leading pharmaceutical company. Before we dive into our question, I want to highlight the linguistic diversity on this panel. Stéphane primarily speaks French, and Olivia will translate when necessary. As you may have already noticed, I speak French-English, being French. As we are all culturally different on this panel, I propose that we suspend judgment on accent and word pronunciations. This underscores the importance of cultural intelligence and which allows us to communicate effectively and appreciate the richness of diverse perspectives. Let's now move on our panel questions, starting with Stéphane. His insight into the human brain and leadership will help us understand the neurological underpinning of effective leadership and the role of diversity in driving innovation. So first, Stéphane, can you explain what happens in the brain during decision-making processes and how different parts of the brain contribute to effective leadership?
Bonjour à tous. First of all, I would like to apologize to speak to you in French, but my English is not perfect. We would say in France that I speak English like a Spanish cow. Okay? So thanks to Olivia for the translation. Okay. Pour répondre à cette question, tu n'as pas de micro? Tu vas prendre. Si c'est bon, ok. Peut-être. Je suis comme les membres du gouvernement. J'ai demandé les questions pour préparer les réponses. Vas-y, remonte. Non, ça ne marche pas. Vas-y, non, vas-y, remonte. Vas-y, c'est bon là. Okay.
Stéphane was just saying that he's just like all members of the government. He asks the question that he already knows the answer to.
Voilà. Alors, peut-être une réponse en 3 points.
So he's going to respond in 3 points.
1, je ne suis pas un neurologue,
He's not a neurologist.
je suis un neurophile.
He's a neurophile. Sounds a
Donc,
little weird.
je suis passionné par le cerveau.
He's passionate about the brain functions.
D'une part par mon métier de consultant et d'autre part par une expérience personnelle douloureuse.
Due to his experience and his passion stems from a painful experience. And
La deuxième chose, c'est que le cerveau est extrêmement compliqué.
so he says that the brain is extremely complicated.
On a découvert plus de choses depuis 1976 qu'avant 1976.
So they've discovered so many things since 1976 than before 1976.
Parce que 1976, c'est l'année de l'invention de l'IRM.
Because in 1976 they discovered the RMA, rapid imaging.
MRI.
Yeah, but MRI, what does it stand for again?
C'est ça? MRI?
MRI.
OK.
Yeah.
Ouais.
I don't remember what it stands for exactly. Right. Thank you.
Je vous donne quelques chiffres pour comprendre la complexité du cerveau.
I'm going to give you a few facts and figures to underline the complexity of the human brain.
Normalement, vous avez à peu près chacun d'entre vous 86 milliards de neurones.
So we have about 86 million or billion neurons.
Et vous en aurez perdu 14 000 à la fin de mon intervention.
So you'll at the end of this discussion you'll lose 14 million.
Millions, oui, c'est ça.
Million.
Voilà. La deuxième chose, c'est que dans 1 centimètre cube de cerveau,
In 1 cubic cm of the brain,
il y a des millions de liaisons interneuronales.
so there's millions in just that little cm
Ouais.
of interrelated neuron activity.
Et un troisième chiffre pour comprendre la complexité,
And a third fact and figure,
vous avez entre les 2 oreilles
you have between your 2 ears
150 000 kilomètres de réseau de liaison
150,000 kilometers of channeling, tunneling, what would you call it?
de connexion.
Neural connections,
Voilà.
neural connectivity.
C'est-à-dire que vous avez entre vos 2 oreilles à peu près en kilomètres 3 fois à 4 fois le tour de la Terre.
So that would be 3 or 4 times going around the planet.
Maintenant, je réponds à la question.
Okay, now he's going to answer the
You are
question.
a good politician, no?
Like a good politician.
Voilà.
Exactly.
En fait, je suis passionné par un modèle qui simplifie quelque chose de très compliqué.
So he's passionate about a framework that simplifies something that's extremely complicated.
Un modèle qui a été créé par Monsieur Herman, qui était professeur à l'Université du Texas.
A model that was made by, what was his first name?
Ned Herman.
Ned Herman, HERR, with and 2 N's at the end.
Et qui était le responsable de formation de la GE, la General Electric.
So he was a professor at the University of Texas, and he was in the top leadership of General Electric Company.
Il s'est inspiré donc de connaissances à l'époque sur le cerveau.
He was inspired by the pre-1976 information on the brain, relative activities,
Pour bâtir un modèle en 4 quadrants.
to build this framework in a matrix.
Sa première inspiration, ce sont les travaux de MacLean,
So his first inspiration was the work of MacLean,
qui expliquait que le cerveau a évolué dans le temps
who explained that the brain activities evolved through time.
Le premier niveau, c'est le reptilien,
So the first level is the reptilian brain.
c'est le pulsionnel.
It's the impulse.
Le deuxième niveau, c'est le limbique.
The second level is the limbic.
avec la mémoire et l'affectivité,
So that's the emotional side and the memory,
mais les deux sont liés.
but the two are linked.
Je pourrais vous en parler.
We can talk to you about that later.
Et le troisième niveau, c'est le cortex,
And the third level is the cortex.
qui est la grosse cylindrée, le cerveau de la réflexion.
So that's the prefrontal cortex, the executive brain.
Exemple, je rentre ce
example.
soir chez moi.
An example would be he comes home at night.
Je trouve ma femme dans un lit avec mon meilleur ami.
He finds his wife in bed with his best friend.
C'est un exemple. Hein,
It's an example.
un exemple. C'est d'abord une réaction reptilienne de violence.
So first, it's the reptilian. I mean, he sees his wife in bed with his best friend. It's the reptilian. It's like the emotion.
Mais
Just-
je vais prendre l'échelle et je vais aller dans le limbique. Ce sera une immense déception affective.
But then he's going to go and start thinking about it. He's going to have the cognition about it, and he's going to feel emotionally very sad.
Et je vais prendre la troisième échelle
And then he's going to go to the third level.
et je me dirai une de perdue, 10 de retrouvée.
And the third level would be, well, you know, there's a lot of fish in the sea.
Mais certaines personnes restent coincées dans le sous-sol
But a lot of people stay stuck in the basement
et commettent l'irréparable.
and stay in the trauma.
Certaines personnes restent coincées dans le rez-de-chaussée et tombent en dépression.
And some people stay in the, you know, on the ground level and stay in depression.
Et des personnes ont cette capacité, la langue française le dit bien, à prendre de la hauteur.
In French, there's a saying that says, I gain,
À relativiser.
well, it's getting relatively, what? Sorry? No, it's not taking a step back. It's seeing from the balcony. It's seeing from above.
Je ne vais pas être trop long. La deuxième inspiration,
So the second level,
c'est Sperry, prix Nobel de médecine 1981.
the second
Inspiration
inspiration.
is Mr. Sperry in 1981.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
That's better.
And of course, you know, is travel, right brain, left brain. Et donc, en conjuguant les travaux,
So in gathering all this information and all these inspirations,
il a élaboré une matrice de préférence dans 4 quadrants.
so he elaborated a matrix with 4 parts.
La préférence pour l'analyse et l'ingénierie,
So the level A would be the analysis, somebody who's very logical.
la préférence pour l'organisation, le respect des règles et l'ordre,
B would be somebody who's very, you know, something that's very organized, lots of rules, regulations, lots of boundaries.
une troisième préférence qui est celle de la relation humaine, de la communication et de l'empathie,
The third would be, well, I call it C, would be communication, empathy, relationships. And the fourth one,
et une quatrième préférence qui est celle de la créativité, du changement et de l'aventure.
creativity, adventure, change.
Voilà, et il mesure donc à travers un test chacune de ces préférences
So,
qui est le point de départ de l'excellence.
so this test measures which one you are, if you're A, B, C, or D in the matrix, and it's basically your preferences.
Pardon pour la longueur.
No problem, Stéphane. Could you now shortly, tell us what are the key factors essential for understanding oneself and fostering empathy towards others in a leadership context?
Alors, donc, comment dirais-je, Nederman a inventé donc un test.
Okay. So Herman invented this test.
Je vous l'ai dit, ce test mesure la préférence dans les 4 directions.
So it measures your preferences in the A, B, C, or D matrix.
Nous pensons que la préférence est le terrain fertile pour aller vers l'excellence.
So the conclusion is this preference for A, B, C, or D is the preface to gaining excellence. If you're aware of it, you can work towards being excellent.
Nous partons du principe que nous ne pouvons pas être excellents dans les 4 quadrants, on en reparlera.
So the basic, the validity is that the belief is you can't be excellent at 4 parts of the matrix.
La deuxième chose, c'est que votre profil va bouger avec les événements de la vie.
The second thought is that you are going to move in that matrix A, B, C, or D, following time and your experience throughout life.
Une déception professionnelle,
It could be a professional deception,
une déception conjugale,
love gone bad,
une maladie,
sick,
Une-
health,
une rencontre.
meet somebody,
Donc, ça peut bouger
depends.
conjoncturellement ou structurellement.
It can be through context or conjoncture.
Ouais, ça peut, for a short time, or for a long
Yeah,
time.
for a long time, short time, context.
Et donc, oui, on peut s'en servir pour s'introspecter, s'auto-analyser,
So you can use this framework for self-introspection, self-awareness,
pour recruter,
to hire people
pour faire du team building,
for team building,
pour faire de la formation
for training purposes.
et pour comprendre les conflits entre les personnes.
And you can use it to understand conflict amongst people and individuals.
Thank you so much, Stéphane. So now, how can diversity be leveraged as a competitive advantage to drive innovation within an organization?
Le drame qu'on a dans beaucoup d'entreprises,
So the drama that is seen throughout a lot of organizations
c'est que on fait du recrutement dans la consanguinité des mêmes écoles.
So the recruitment today is done through the adaptation of elite schools or whatever the culture of the company is. You're going to hire people that are exactly like you
Dans
have
le,
been educated.
dans le monde politique, c'est l'ENA
It's the same thing in the political world, especially in
Ou-
France.
ou Sciences
So
Po.
it's ENA or Sciences Po, which are two elite schools that everybody comes from.
dans les entreprises d'électricité, c'est HEI, une grande école.
In the electricity sector, so it would be, public sector, it's from this certain school. Which one is it? HEI.
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 Et dans certaines sociétés de travaux publics, c'est l'école des ponts ou c'est ESTP.
So in construction, for example, it would be this school, École des Ponts,
Et, pardon, école des ponts, oui.
or sometimes l'IX, Polytechnique.
Et ça veut dire que tout le monde est d'accord, tout le monde pense la même
So
chose,
there's a consensus across the board.
c'est confortable,
It's very comfortable.
mais il n'y a pas la créativité.
So there's no creativity.
Et ça, c'est pour moi un point très, très important. Et toutes les grandes réussites d'entreprise
So this is a really important point, and the major success in companies
sont liées à la capacité à faire vivre ensemble
is linked to the capability of co-creating
une biodiversité de préférence.
through a certain biodiversity.
Si vous regardez la grande réussite de Disney,
If you look at Disney,
vous avez Walt et Roy,
you've got Walt and Roy
qui étaient complètement différents.
that were completely different opposites.
Si vous regardez, par exemple, Rolls-Royce,
Rolls-Royce,
vous
another
aviez
example.
Rolls-Royce.
Yeah,
Ouais.
it's another example.
No, it's another example. Vous avez le technicien Rolls et le vendeur Royce.
So you had the technical guy that was Rolls, and then Royce
That's right.
was the salesman.
Moi, je suis biker Harley Davidson. La société à Milwaukee a été montée par Monsieur Harley avec Monsieur Davidson.
That's true. In those Harley Davidson motorcycles.
Toutes les grandes réussites nécessitent d'être sur les 4 quadrants.
And
Et c'est ce que j'essaie de démontrer à travers mon livre, à travers mes conférences.
so what Stéphane is saying is basically most success stories do stem from this matrix, somewhere in this matrix. So you can't have just one side of the matrix. You've got to have a co-creation of different sides of the A, B, C, and D.
Un dernier point,
And a last point,
on essaie de recruter les meilleurs dans leur quadrant.
we try to hire the best of the best in each quadrant.
Donc, ils ont tout pour ne pas s'entendre entre eux.
So generally, nobody gets along.
Et mon rôle de manager,
And his role as a manager
c'est de faire de ces meilleurs joueurs du monde
is to extract from these best of the best,
la meilleure équipe du monde.
the best team possible. The excellent.
Bref, de faire en sorte qu'ils s'aiment.
Well, it's creating a sense of love between them.
You understand?
I think everyone understands the point. I profit of this time to promote somehow your fabulous book, Alchemy of Singularity, that you can find online in English. Everyone can buy it online. And in this book, you said you spoke about universal man. So what does it mean to be a universal man, human, in today's globalized world? And what practical steps can individuals take to achieve this?
Cette question me fait penser à Léonard de Vinci.
This question makes him think of Leonardo da Vinci.
C'est probablement un des seuls qui avait une très forte présence dans les 4 quadrants.
He's probably one of the only individuals in the world that has a very strong presence in the 4 quadrants of the matrix.
Ingénieur, il a créé le sous-marin,
He was an engineer. He created the
submarine,
submarine.
sous-marin, ouais. Il a imaginé les avions,
He imagined airplanes.
il a inventé le parachute,
He invented the parachute.
ouais, énormément de choses.
He created a lot of things.
Le deuxième quadrant, limbique gauche, c'était quelqu'un d'extrêmement organisé.
So that was the A, very logical, and the B, the very organized rules. Just giving you a little.
Le quadrant de la relation humaine, c'était quelqu'un qui a été peint par Raphaël comme d'une grande gentillesse.
In the creativity, he was painted by Raphael in a very, very soft and romantic way, in a way.
Et le quatrième quadrant, celui de la créativité, c'est l'homme, comme vous le savez, de la Joconde.
It's the man of, well, the man who painted
The Joconde,
the
Mona Lisa,
Mona Lisa,
qui est le tableau le plus regardé au monde et qui appartient à l'État français.
that belongs to the French government, and it is the painting that has been the most viewed in the whole wide world.
La seule difficulté, c'est que recruter un Léonard de Vinci dans une entreprise, ça coûte très très cher.
The only problem is that recruiting a Leonardo da Vinci type in a company today would be extremely expensive.
Tout le monde n'a pas les moyens du Real de Madrid.
And not everybody has the budget of the Real of Madrid football team.
Donc l'idée, c'est bien de recruter des gens très différents et de les faire vivre ensemble.
So the moral of the story is to hire a lot of diverse, amazing, diverse people and get them to love each other.
Et c'est pour ça que mon livre s'appelle L'alchimie des singularités.
This is why my book's called the alchemy of singularities.
Pour faire vivre ensemble ce petit monde qui a tout pour ne pas s'aimer sur le point de départ.
So that all these amazing individual people have this synergy together and are able to create incredible things.
Thank you so much, Stéphane, for all this thought-provoking insights. Yeah, sure. Now let's turn to Olivia, who will delve into the crucial roles of cultural intelligence in organizational success, especially in the dynamic environment of Industry 5.0. So first question, Olivia, why do you advocate that cultural intelligence is the key to organizational success in Industry 5.0? And can you explain the competitive advantage?
Well, what's really incredible is that this works perfectly after Stéphane, because, well, we had never met before. And just, translating what he's saying is, yes, I'm going to bounce back into your framework and to having these incredible quadrants. Everybody's different and the diversity. But let's take it a step further. By each person understanding what really makes them vibrate inside, their difference of culture, their difference, where do they come from, their linguistics, their different passions. everything that makes them diverse on the inside. Get them to understand each other and how their different cultural values make them vibrate. And that gives you an extra element actually to get them to love each other. Because if you don't understand what makes the other person tick, then it's really tough to create that X team, to have that creativity and that innovation. So, but let's get down to the definition of what cultural intelligence is really understanding the diversity, because now there's a big buzzword about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you don't understand the glue that makes everybody vibrate in this diversity, then how are you going to get them to all love each other, as Stefan, basically talks about? And so cultural intelligence is the capability to navigate multicultural situations. So it can be on the individual level, it can be on the team level, it can be in the organizational level, and it's really taking those amazing individuals that are in those 4 quadrants and helping each person, each member understand each other, on another level. And that would be first understanding oneself, because where do I come from? I mean, I'll take myself for an example. I have 3 passports. I lived around the world. I worked with hundreds of different companies. Who am I? What nationality? I mean, what is my culture? And what am I made out of? What are my aspirations? What makes me tick? What are my assumptions? What are my biases? What are my blind spots? And understanding those different blind spots within ourselves help us open, and one level further than empathy that Saman talks about is really the compassion, is really relating to the other. And that really starts with the drive. It has to come from within that drive to be able to have the knowledge and build that knowledge, and then create that into a certain strategy where, let's make this win-win, and then adapt our body languages accordingly to the different cultures. Going to Saudi Arabia, you're maybe going to, dress appropriately. If you're going to, Asia, you're going to not, put your feet in certain ways, hands, symbols. So it's educating ourselves to be able to have that respect in those, and I'm going to bring it back to Stefan, those X people, those amazing people that you're going to hire in your company, and get them all to understand each other, to be able to extract the most competitive advantage. I mean, the details of that.
Thank you, Olivia. It's very interesting. So, how is cultural intelligence is a key to innovation?
Well, just getting all those people to synergize together and to vibrate together, and to understand each other, and really to have fun. It creates those moments of magic. And of course, not everybody is good for that role, for that innovation. I mean, you got to take the apples that don't work out of the pot too. It's a matter of having those conversations, and I'm going to even go further and talk about different cultural values. So we all have different cultural values, or risk aversion and individualist, collectivist, relationship, the emotional. So these are, there's 10, 20, it depends on what you want to look at, but we've got Hall and Trompenaers and Halstead, and we have, those general cultural values, and I'm going to talk about the ones of conversation and the indirect, direct communication, where if I'm going to work in Japan, the culture is not very emotional. I'm going to have to read the air. I'm going to have to read your eyes. And you have to be in tune to that. So it really does come from the self, and it then goes to the team and the organization, is how the whole organization works, for example, in Japan or in I'm going to take, sat in Morocco or in United States, what are those different cultures and cultural values, and going all the way down to the nitty gritty of the culture of the company. That's also part of cultural differences. And what is, we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is the real buzz, but it should be just general respect. And in that diversity, equity, and inclusion, if people don't understand each other, then how are they going to be diverse, equitable, and included, sense of belonging together if they don't understand each other's way of being?
Yes. And based on your extensive, experiences across the world, can you tell us what are the most important successes you encounter with cultural intelligence project?
Well, actually, we'll talk about healthcare in Singapore. And that really kind of ties in the cultural intelligence and the success story. I mean, yes, granted, Singapore is a very small country. It's about 600 square kilometers. Basically, I could walk around Singapore in a day, in 24 hours. I could take a walk and just go all the way around Singapore. So it's a really small country, and it's very fragile because it's located on the southern part of Malaysia. It used to be part of Malaysia. It's got Indonesia right next door. But they're very rich. So they use the resources in their healthcare to implement cultural intelligence because, as everybody knows, they speak Malay, they speak Tamil, they speak Mandarin, they speak Singlish, which is a kind of a patois dialect. They have Hokkien, Teochew. They've got a lot of also sub-languages. And in the healthcare system, from the supplier, the vendor, the supplier, across the whole life cycle, you need to understand, the different cultures that you're dealing with. You need to understand the different languages, the different routines and systems and processes and all that. You have to be in tuned. So the success story would definitely be Singapore and the way that they successfully implemented in understanding the cultural intelligence, but it really started from the government, from top down, and the government made it a part of their rules and regulations. I mean, their values, their core values. And so, yes, there's an ascription from top to down.
Thank you so much, Olivia, for highlighting the strategic importance of cultural intelligence. Now we will hear from Mayara. We will share our experiences and insights on managing global transformation in a leading pharmaceutical company. So given your experience managing global transformation in a leading pharmaceutical company, what are your critical insights on bridging cultural divides between national and corporate cultures? Please, Mayara.
I think it's nice how the three topics we are trying to weave together, they really go nicely together, because the most important thing in the beginning is to have this consciousness about the cultural difference. So understand that those differences have real tangible impacts in the way we establish relationships and the way we do business together. And from this place of understanding and consciousness, you have to not assume. I was giving an example to Olivia before we started the panel, that one of the most important corporate behaviors we have in the company I work for in Sanofi is accountability. And accountability is a very Anglo-Saxon word, has very different interpretations depending on what is your base culture, what is your origin, what are the professional experiences that you have already lived. So if you just tell your employees and your teams you have to be accountable, chances are they probably think they already are, because in their own definition of accountability, they might think that they are already living up to that behavior. So the first insight for me is to not assume, to have the necessary conversations to define what are the expectations in tangible terms. And the second is related to the agile transformation that you mentioned before. If you just roll out a transformation in a one-size-fits-all understanding, it's probably going to be successful for a while, but definitely not sustainable in the long run. So if you want a transformation to happen in a sustainable way, and there's tons of research that show that you can improve up to 14 times a transformation effort if it is collaborative with the employees, you have to work together with them, make those definitions with them, and customize the transformation approach to the reality of the different teams and the different team members. I think those were the biggest insights for me. So work on definitions, make sure everyone speaks the same language. And the second one, when you're doing especially a large transformation, that you adopt an agile transformation and therefore don't do one size fits all.
Okay, thank you so much. So now, can you share specific strategies or example where fostering a culture of innovation and inclusivity has contributed to your organization's positive and adaptive transformation culture?
Oh, absolutely. I'm very passionate about a transformation approach that is called open source transformation. Open source basically means you're not transforming the organization, you're not transforming the employees, you are transforming with them. It is a collective effort, it is a collective responsibility. And then you place the employee in the center of the transformation as an actor of it, not as just someone who is suffering it. And so you mentioned inclusivity is one of the most inclusive transformation approaches you can adopt. And because of that, you can get 30% less change fatigue. In a world that we are, in a VUCA world, in a world of constant change, where change is just being accelerated and more introduced, 30% less change fatigue is pretty significant. I'll give a more concrete example that we implemented in Sanofi, which is a network of change agents that is called catalysts. And the role of those catalysts is not only change agents before, if you think about the open source approach, a network of change agents would be there to convey to the employees what the transformation is supposed to be about, to help them understand, to help them be embarked. Our catalysts, they're not there to do only that. They are there to collect feedback as well, to surface how is this transformation being lived in the reality of the day-to-day of the employees. And this information has a very tangible, real impact in our transformation framework, in the way we have our backlog, in the way we prioritize our actions. So there's a two-way conversation happening between the employees and the change and transformation organization so that they can really feel empowered to be an actor of the change.
Thank you. So what are the key steps to building a cohesive global culture in an organization, and how have you adapted this culture to fit the unique context of different countries across 5 continents? What golden rules have you implemented in this process?
I thought about this question a lot after we exchanged, Clementine, and I could sum down to only 2, because otherwise, how much time do you guys have? No, I wanted to be very specific. And the first one for me is a well-defined vision. Unfortunately, we still have a lot of change efforts and transformation efforts being started without any understanding of what we're trying to achieve. Of course, businesses and companies are always in a rush, right? There's always a race against the clock. But if you start a large-scale transformation effort without understanding what you're trying to achieve, chances are that you're gonna have a lot of change fatigue and resistance. So the first thing is to have that clear understanding on the expectations. The second thing for me is strong sponsorship and role modeling. So the leaders have to be implicated on the transformation and on the change effort in general. And sometimes when you talk about sponsorship, they think it's just showing up and taking pictures, but actually is much more about being in with the hands dirty, really, like acting transformation, really being part, helping prioritize, and being the best possible role models. Because if the leaders do not display the behaviors that we are expecting the employees to display, of course, they're giving an authorization to the employees to think this is optional.
Yes. Yeah, be what you are saying. So it's very crucial. So last question, Mayara. So what is your vision for the future of Pharma 5.0? Which trends and technology will be most transformative for the industry in the next decade?
I will be very relapsed if my answer wasn't artificial intelligence, don't you think? It's not something for the future. It is already a reality, but it is one of the most transformative forces we have ever seen for an industry, in my case, pharma, that is very traditional, right? And highly regulated. And it's interesting to see how artificial intelligence is going to permeate the entire value chain of the pharmaceutical industry. So it's not like it's going to be confined to research or to development or to manufacturing or to supply or to commercial. It's going to be everywhere, including in the way we interface and work with our employees. There's going to be a lot of artificial intelligence for productivity. So it's really a revolution. And we were talking about being responsible before. You said that in your opening. This is an area where we really have to understand what it means to do responsible AI. We have created a responsible AI framework for Sanofi, because we really believe that it's not about just playing AI. It's playing AI right, choosing what is the future we want to build with artificial intelligence and doing it responsibly. And very quickly, a second thing, it's agility and flexibility for me. It's something that in the world of software development is old news already, to do agile, to respond quickly to change, but it's also something that is going to permeate the entirety of the companies quite quickly, exactly so that we can respond to the needs of the users, the patients, real time going forward.
And at the same time, the capability to have the data for your AI to be able to be trained on diverse people and abilities and needs. Thank you, Mayara. Maybe some people have some question in the room. I don't know. We have some time left, so please don't hesitate if you have some questions. No questions? Are you sure?
So hi to all the speakers. Cultural intelligence is one of my favorite topics, and I was very curious on the messages. Especially to you, Myra, when we spoke about having a vision, one size doesn't fit all these messages for a global organization. There is a thin line between allowing a lot of customization, right? Then there is no globalization at all. When you say that, okay, we are ready to customize, we understand there are needs. How do you keep that balance between globalizing a strategy versus giving the flexibility?
That's a wonderful question. It's a dynamic balance. You're going to have to, the way we approach our two-way conversation is the standards come from global. So global is saying what are the necessary requirements, but there is flexibility in the frame for then each location, depending on their base culture, for example, to adapt it a little bit. There is flexibility, but there's a frame. So you cannot go out of the frame. You can play within the frame. But it is a dynamic equilibrium. It's not something you establish and then you just run with it. There's a series of conversations that you have to keep that communication channel open so that you have those conversations so that it can be meaningful.
Thank you.
With pleasure.
So if no one has some more question, I can conclude. You have a question online. Okay.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So we have a question from online participants. So they're asking about the importance of the matrix, as you mentioned, and how to actually apply it in the startup environment, and also how does it reflect the corporate environment? What are the differences? What can you please share as advice? Thank you.
Je ne sais pas.
He doesn't know.
Je pense par définition que c'est très complexe, puisque qui dit startup dit généralement peu de cerveau donc dans l'équipe. Donc ça peut se faire avec peut-être des consultants extérieurs. Je prêche pour ma paroisse. You can translate?
Yes.
Ouais.
ReTech. I was trying to turn on the micro. Yes, please.
Ouais. Non, je disais que dans une start-up où par définition il y a peu de personnes,
Yes.
c'est compliqué effectivement d'avoir les 4 quadrants, d'où peut-être l'appel à des compétences extérieures de consultants.
Yes, so in the startup environment, since by definition we have fewer people involved at the beginning, so easier it is to ask for support from external consultants to give some support.
Néanmoins, quand tout à l'heure je parlais de Walt Disney avec Roy et Walt, quand je parlais de Rolls-Royce, c'était des startups. C'est-à-dire qu'à 2 personnes, il y avait à la fois le cerveau droit et le cerveau gauche, il y avait une complémentarité. Moi, ce que j'essaie de montrer, c'est que cette complémentarité, on peut l'avoir dans les 4 quadrants, donc au niveau de l'équipe. Mais les exemples que j'ai donnés tout à l'heure, ce sont des exemples de start-up.
So the examples that he shared also at the beginning from Walt Disney and also from Harley Davidson and the rest, they all show that although at the start there were only 2 people who started the companies or the initiatives, but they could match the quadrant by bringing more people that they engaged further down the line.
Il y a, juste pour terminer, moi ce que j'essaie de faire passer comme message, qui est une évidence d'ailleurs, c'est que le clonage dans le recrutement n'est pas une bonne idée.
So the moral is that cloning, like following the same pattern in recruitment, is not a good idea.
On vient de voter pour les élections européennes. La devise de l'Union européenne, c'est unis dans la diversité. Et je crois que ça représente bien le modèle que je présente.
As we have also seen in the election of the European Union, that diversity has a very important role. Thank you very much. So a part of the question was about, okay, how do we, as startups, how do we train this mindset also for innovators and entrepreneurs, those who do not understand the need necessarily to call for external support? How can we support them regardless? Alors, je vais essayer. Alors, pour les entrepreneurs qui commencent d'abord eux-mêmes, sans savoir par contre l'importance de ce point-là, comment est-ce qu'on peut les aider par rapport par le volet de formation ou pour les faire comprendre l'importance de ce point que vous avez mentionné, pour qu'il faut effectivement chercher des profils très différents depuis le départ?
Il y a une solution qui n'est pas très chère, qui coûte 25 €. Il faut lire mon bouquin.
There's a 25 euro solution for this, which is not very expensive, and it's to read his book that is also presented here. Thank you very much. And also for the corporate side, however, when we have, plutôt pour les entreprises qui sont un peu plus grandes, là, quand on a un peu plus de complexité, plus de diplomatie, plus de politique interne.
En fait, moi, ce que je fais, c'est que on passe l'inventaire par Internet, en français, en anglais, en arabe, ça dépend là où je vais intervenir. Je fais ma présentation, je restitue à chacun son profil, qui normalement n'est pas une surprise, et j'additionne tous les profils du comité de direction pour voir si on balaie bien les 4 quadrants que sont les finances, la recherche, l'organisation, ISO 9001, les relations humaines, le commercial et le marketing et l'innovation.
Very good. So what he does as an expert advisor also to corporates is that he takes the profiles of the people who actually form the boards and the decision makers to reflect, to see the quadrants of the 4 quadrants are represented across the profiles of these decision makers and board members. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
So now, thank you very much, dear panelists. As we conclude, it's clear that the world is continuously becoming more multicultural, whether through individual teams or companies, such as merger, international partnership, and company expansions. Globalizations occur at macro, micro, and meso levels. Recent studies show that companies with diverse teams are 33% more likely to outperform their peers in profitability. Furthermore, organizations that embrace cultural intelligence can navigate global markets more effectively, reduce conflicts, and foster more innovative environments. We must all become culturally intelligent, open our mindset for growth and flexibility to other viewpoints, and harness the diversity of thought for creativity and innovation to occur. As healthcare continues to evolve, integrating these diverse perspectives will be essential in building systems that are not only efficient, but also equitable and inclusive. As we move forward, I would like to leave you with an open question to ponder. How can we, as individuals or organizations, further embrace and implement cultural intelligence in our daily operation to drive sustainable innovation and improve patient outcomes? Thank you to our panelists for their valuable insights and to our audience for participating in this important discussion. Together, we can shape the future of healthcare and embrace the diversity to enrich us all.
Isn't it too late to ask some questions? Okay, we received another question online for Olivia, and then also I got the same thing also from the other panelists. So from Olivia, the question was, since you did your doctorate at École de Pomme Business School, based on the conversations that we had, and not only focus on your own research, what are the gaps that currently can be addressed in research and practice? The other?
Thank you. One of the big gaps is that there's a lot of research on the individuals. There's quite a number of research on the team level, but there's very, very little research on the organizational level. And that is a big gap because we don't have the quantitative and qualitative data to really make solutions on the organizational level as a whole. Now, we can extrapolate because we have a lot of data on the individual level, but we don't really know. No. So yeah, that's one of the big gaps.
Thank you.
And another gap is that we're using cultural, this is personal, and I didn't put this in my thesis because I was opening up a can of worms, but the cultural values that we are dealing with that come from Halstead, Hall, Trompenair, Schwartz, they're outdated. We have to create new cultural values that go with the world of tomorrow. And I mean, I'll give you an example. The Globe study also used, cultural values from like Halstead and others. They used the future orientation. Why don't we have future orientation everywhere we go? I mean, we have to think about the future. I mean, already in the Bon, one of our prerequisites was to have future literacy. And that was a key moment for me as a person. It really opened up my research, and because I never thought about it. What's going to happen in, project yourself in 2050. So we need new cultural values that are tomorrow. The power of conversation. Yeah, we talk about indirect, direct communication, but I want to know what happens with communication. I want to know how you vibrate. I want to have, I want to understand, how the Japanese is going to communicate with the American and on what levels. I mean, we need to go deeper. So yes, those are just two examples.
Thank you very much. So that also reflects the values that we also have at school, both on the side of diversity that was mentioned, on the side of leadership, on the side of decision-making, and also in front of the emerging futures, understanding the emerging futures of societies and businesses and move toward it. Our alumni community of doctoral community asked this question, and also they asked also from Clémentine to shed some light also, since we mentioned that you're finishing also your doctorate. So what are you focused on in terms of research focus based on linked to this conversation that we have here? If you can shed some light, please. Thank you.
Sure, Saman. Yes, the main focus of my dissertation now at École des Ponts Business School is on real-world data. So it's typically focused on what Mayara said about redesigning the value chain. So to redesign this value chain, we need data to share and to evaluate how we can link together the research, for example, with the distribution channel that are very complicated, especially in France, and how regulation can be, mitigate within all the value chain. So really my dissertation is how to rebuild the value chain according to Industry 5.0 values and vision. I mean, a vision of the world much more diverse, much more convergent, and who respect everyone for all their ideas, not without any preconceived solutions. Let the innovation be infused in everyone and share with everyone. So the purpose of my dissertation is really on that, is to expand real world data, not focused on only research part, the phases 4 of the research, but really to spread across all the value chain.
Thank you very much. So we are very proud to have Clémentine as a senior advisor of ReTech Center. And the panelists, and also in fact, so Health 5.0 is one of the initiatives of ReTech Center exactly to address such problems like data value chains, to address the problems of privacy, transparency, to address the solutions, to address the challenges and find the solutions that we need for health of environments, and not only, but health of the organizations moving forward. So health is a very broad term, and that's why we are addressing them in various directions, in various, the labs that we have, with specialization tracks that we have for our specialized MBA, specialized EMBA, EDBA, and certificate courses, working with the public and private sector. So this is what we really are proud of, and this is what we are trying to drive with expert practitioners that we have in our support and from the community of the alumni that we have at this school. Thank you very much once again. It was a pleasure to have you here with us today, and thanks for your continuous support and joining ReTech Center for
Maybe
further.
they have a takeaway for us. Maybe Mayara, you want to add something like a takeaway for everyone?
I think for me, the takeaway is how cultural intelligence is a subject that spreads across private and public sector, and it can be as profound as we want it to be. We had some experts here that shared pretty deep insights. Now let's go back to our daily jobs and apply it, because unfortunately we don't find a lot of a real cultural intelligence out there. It's a competitive advantage.
Thank you. And you, Stéphane?
Tu traduis? Merci. Merci pour l'invitation. Thanks for the invitation.
This is work. Thank you for the invitation.
Voilà. Je n'ai pas tout compris,
I have not understood absolutely everything,
mais
but
le peu que j'ai compris
the little that I did
me
understand
fait penser que l'ensemble des intervenants, l'ensemble des intervenants, des speakers,
all the speakers
voilà, nous rapproche du cerveau total.
brings us closer to the whole brain.
And you, Olivia, what is your takeaway?
My takeaway is I love the fact that we're all here together and we're co-creating at the same time, as it's not just a selfish, I'm here to tell and to sell. We're here to build another layer. So thank you. And then, thank you, Clémentine, for introducing us to new people that I didn't know. And so, yes, co-creation.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Clémentine. So the next panel will start at 6 p.m. Paris time, in which we are going to talk about cognitive cities, AI, financial literacy, decentralized finance, responsible finance, and a lot of AI. Thank you very much. We take a few minutes of pause. Thank you. No? Yes. All right. So we are going to start shortly. As soon as we have everyone seated, and we can have yes, please. All right. Ready? Yes. So you can leave your laptop here, but when you want to present, you just come and pick it up. All right. You can, Amit. Yeah, I mean, sit there directly, but he will start first. I just introduce him. He starts, and then he will run the show.
What is better? Sit there first.
One by one. One by one. Yes.
Like one come on stage, you present, go back.
Very good. Very good. Bharat has one. Yeah, Bharat had one. Yeah, Teddy, everyone. All right. Okay. No, Iva was up. So. Iva was up. All right, let me see if the clicker works for the screen. Not yet. Okay, it works now. All right. So thank you very much, everyone. So we are going to start a very fascinating topic now, which includes several topics. So we are going to have a roundtable with Dr. Bharat Madan, which is a graduate of the EDBA program, Dr. Amit Pandey, which is not a graduate of our school, but we like him regardless. And he is a senior advisor, of course, to ReTech Center. Dr. Zakaria Aboudi, who's not a graduate of our school, but he's joining our EDBA after a PhD to do a executive doctorate in business administration. With Danny Go, who's a senior advisor at ReTech Center, and with Ashil, who's also a partner and a senior advisor to ReTech Center. So in this panel, we are going to have some fantastic conversations. We are going to talk about smart cities to cognitive cities, what it means, the responsible transition of smart cities, the integration of responsible elements into smart cities. We are going to talk about the technology enablers that are going to make this happen, including AI, Web3, decentralized finance, refi, financial literacy, and many fascinating topics. So with that, I would like to invite Teddy, who is the moderator. He's doing also his EDBA with us. He's also a fellow at ReTech Center, working on fantastic research topics and subjects that he's going to present here today. So thank you very much, Teddy. Please join me on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Saman. Thank you all. Bonjour. Good afternoon. That's it. My German is not so good, and I don't speak Turkish, so we will stay in English. A quick intro.
From the beginning of time, uncharted territories have called out to us. We have walked across continents, built ships, and sailed the seas, watched the birds and learned to fly. We looked to the stars and soared into space. Once we were the explorers. Now we are the creators, coding the new outer limits. The next great race isn't to Mars. It's to create a virtual oasis made up of pixels and dreams. New worlds built by the users and owned by all. The economy will be digital. The connectivity will be global. This is the metaverse. A multiverse of interconnected digital realms, the next evolution of the internet, Web 3. It's spatial, it's social, and it's always on. The possibilities are limitless. Innovators will drive it. The race has begun. It's time to go fast. The future is ours.
We're living in very exciting times, not just for tech, not just for society, but for humankind at large. The level of advancements on technology is unprecedented. And every day there are new developments. We are entering into the digital age, finally. That was the dream of a few pioneers, from Alan Turing to some others. And now it's becoming a reality. And we are seeing it unfolding upon our eyes. We are actually building it. We're part of it, making it happen. The world is at a fingertip right now because of your smartphone. Web 3, the internet. We have created some kind of a collective consciousness which sit on data servers thanks to infrastructure, connectivity, 5G, and all of those shiny tools. Because what can't you find on the internet, basically, today? What if the internet was the database of humankind? Everything sits on it. Imagine that. This is actually what is happening. And when we are talking about the next iteration of the internet, which is Web 3, Web 1 was the first iteration 25, 30 years ago from academic purposes, exchanging research papers, ideas. Web 2 was the social web. And we have seen the rise of the largest companies on the planet at that time. Facebook, just to name a few, aka Meta. And what is the next iteration of the internet? What is this third iteration is about? There are a few concepts that can give you an idea so you can grasp what is happening with the internet. We are talking about blockchain, which was an emerging technology, but which is now integrating the tech stack supporting the internet. It was sitting beside, but now the level of maturity of the tech, the community behind it, pushing it, all the business cases and everything are becoming way more mature. And now it's becoming part of the network. And if we think about the internet as the representation of our collective consciousness, blockchain is becoming a new feature, a new capability of that collective consciousness. We will dive a little bit deeper later with some of my fellow panelists. And we will explore tokenization, DeFi. Web3 is about the semantic web, more vivid, fluid. It's all about the wallet as well, because when we talk about blockchain, if you don't have a wallet, you cannot use blockchain. What does that mean? How do you navigate today on the internet? What is the very basic you need? A computer, a connected device, let's say, connectivity, and the access. And the first thing you need to enter onto the internet is an email, which is provided by your internet service access provider. And without this, you cannot navigate the internet. And today, imagine not having access to the internet. You're not even like a third-world citizen. You're literally out of humankind. Without the wallet, you're not part of the next iteration of the internet. How many people in this audience have a wallet? All the other one, move fast, get one, understand how it works. IoT, the Internet of Things. If the internet is the collective consciousness, it's composed of multiple of elements. And if we break it down to the tech stack, we are talking about objects. Those who code, that know about computer science and programming, everything is an object with characteristics. Rather, it's a portion of code, rather it's a database sitting somewhere, rather it's your smartphone, which has an idea, whatever. Everything is an object on the system. And all of these compose the infrastructure. IoT, the Internet of Things. It's not just the things, the physical one, also the intangible ones, the portion of codes, the protocols, and the bots. And the Internet of Things is enabled by the world infrastructure, 5G. We are now doing researches on 6G. It's happening. Devices, all of your devices, your TV, your electric vehicle, your laptop, whatever, you name it. Sensors, data, and the cloud infrastructure. The cloud is the decentralization part of the Internet of Things, because this is the place when everything is interconnecting. Everybody know what is this? It's a drone. If a drone is connected, if anything is connected, it's part of the network. This is a new creature on Earth, because we can give these drones eyes, ears, so we can see the world around it. Imagine if a drone is able to scan the city, go through the buildings, the ground, and everything because of computer vision, infrared vision, and anything else our eyes cannot perceive, but machine can. So we might be able to capture all of the data of our ecosystem and to turn it into a digital twin of the real world, starting by the city. So to capture the data for a smart city, we don't necessarily need to cable everything. We can have the eyes of God watching over us. The concept of data mesh, which is a pretty interesting one, because when we are talking about a digital twin of the real world, we need to capture all of this data and to place it somewhere. And a data mesh is exactly this. It's a matter of governance. It's a matter of identity, because you need to recognize and to flag each element of the system, each object. Rather, it's a human, a part of the infrastructure, a machine, and so on. And that helps for analysis and predictive purposes because all the data is gathered real time. Platform as a service. This is what the data mesh is. And anybody within the network of any object within the network have access to the data. This is a representation of a digital twin. You can have an idea of the building, but actually this is like math, algorithm. Artificial intelligence, the buzzword. We might have created one of the most powerful tools of humankind. Artificial intelligence, just as my fellow Dr. Danigo will present more in perspective to you later on, we call it as a discipline, as a domain, but actually you have multiple disciplines and very specific domain, which is under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. Natural language processing, ChatGPT, Llama, Claude, whatever. Computer vision for the drones and the autonomous vehicle. It's like capturing the data of the real world and turning it into insightful and meaningful information to be used by other systems. Machine learning, deep learning. And there are a few interesting concepts about the level of maturity of the algorithm, AGI, artificial general intelligence, which means that at some point, the industry think, some don't, some think, that AI might be able to reach the level of cognition or data processing of a human being, and we'll be able to perform any task a human can do. This is AGI. And then we have other concepts, ASI, artificial super intelligence, which is even beyond that, because artificial super intelligence is beyond the capacity of a human being. So basically, the alien won't come from space. They might be born among us. And then we have artificial non-human intelligence. Why this? Because the way we perceive the world through our senses, our eyes, our ears, the touch and everything, it's very human. And when we think about AI, which is able to see colors we cannot see, because we are talking about machine, they can tell you the temperature very precisely because of the sensors and everything. The way the machine can capture the data of the real world, we can do this. When you see a car driving on the road, you will say, I see this car, it's a red car. It might go slow, it might go fast, but you are not able to translate it into math. But the machine can do. What tone of red is the car? The weight of the car. If it can see through the car, it can tell you all of the components, the composition of the materials of the car and everything. The speed, kinetic movement and everything. And this is beyond the capacity of a human being. And actually, the AI, the mainstream AI we have right now, which is out of natural language processing, ChatGPT, is just the very early beginning of AI, because language, it's a very poor vehicle for communication. Imagine if you're able to decode and transcode the whole world around you in data. How amazing would that be? You don't just see things, you know exactly what it is at the level of the molecules. That gives you another perspective. And if an artificial non-human intelligence goes beyond the capacity of the human language, how would we be able to communicate with that machine? the machine will be able to perceive the world better than we do. And then emerged the concept of the oracle. Because if this machine has access to the internet, which is the database of humankind, which has access to the real-time world data as well, which is able to process it at the level of precision that we cannot do, maybe we might be able to ask any questions to this entity. That is the concept of the oracle. Everybody know about this movie, Matrix? The universe is code. Anything is data. Anything. We don't see it. We see shapes, we see colors. We don't see weight, for instance. We have an idea, we guess. But the machine can tell you exactly what things are. Imagine the level of precision. This is the growth rate, NVIDIA, over here. Crazy. Never seen from human history. Out of the charts. This is the kind of acceleration which is happening right now. When you're combining all of those technology we've been building for decades, if not centuries. We have changed scales, but is it just about the money? I don't think so. There is more to it, because we are human beings. We are not human moneying. We have challenges to solve. Climate change, poverty, social justice, and this matrix represents some of the challenges we have to overcome. But if we are all part of the network, we are all part of the problem, and we are all, and each one of us, part of the solution. How do we move forward? As an individual, as individuals, but also as a collective. Because this is our way of living, which is causing all of this. We are disturbing the planet, Mother Nature, which is our home. What if we create a city where the city itself is the first citizen? What does that mean? It means that the city becomes an entity by itself. In symbiosis with its environment, infrastructure, and also us, the people, because we are part of the city. We are at the heart of the ecosystem because we are the one building it. And we're building it just for us, very selfishly. We are just part of the system. We are not the core of the system. Then the city can become a consciousness manifesting itself as multiple agents. You are an agent, I am an agent. The infrastructure, this building is an agent. Let's go back to the internet collective consciousness. Objects, Internet of Things. Everything becomes an object within the ecosystem. Everything is an agent of the system. And if the city itself is the first citizen, which represents the collective consciousness, each of the agents serve the purpose of the system and not just for itself in a very selfish manner. So that could be biological beings, just like you and I, but also synthetic beings. Receiving data from everything within and around it, the data mesh. This is how you collect the data from the buildings, from the people, from the pets, cats, dogs, and everything, from nature, weather, everything. For what purpose? To serve the collective. It's all about the collective. Regulating energy supply in a very sustainable way, gas emission, and even more. We unlocked a field of limitless possibilities. Imagine deploying new expansion projects before having the need to deploy it. For instance, imagine we are in Paris in a certain area. The system can detect that there are a few households who are waiting to have a child in the coming months. And it can automatically launch a new expansion project to build a nursery or to add more places to a nursery. So when the kids will be born, they already have a place where to go. Instead of reacting post-mortem, anticipation. We need the data layer infrastructure to make it happen. Identity as a service, because everything has to have an identity to exist on the system. So you can interact with the system and benefit from the system in a very participative manner. And that can help create a new value system, because the way you're benefiting from the system could be based on your positive and participative contribution to the system. This is where Web3, blockchain, and tokenization comes into the picture. We are talking about DeFi, but there are many other ways to leverage technology to achieve that purpose. And if each and every citizen, human citizens, have a digital counterpart, which is a representative when you're not available, which have access to all your personal data to serve you and to serve the system based on your own unique individual expertise or skill sets. I'm not able to attend a meeting. I will send my AI agent in form of an avatar that will do that speaking for me. But it could be more to represent you towards in face of institutions, companies, or whatever. That ushers a new era when we have many challenges to overcome in terms of delegation of rights, responsibility, accountability, and all of this. And what if all the digital twins and digital representation of the ecosystem bonded together forms now a super entity, which represents the city itself, the core and the soul of the city manifested. This is what is a cognitive city. One of the panelists earlier on, Stefan, was talking about the whole brain. This is it. Lyon in Paris, moving forward, becoming a smart city, then a cognitive city, automating the public transport. It's happening. The transport is like, the public transport is autonomous. It's a living systems inside of the broader system representing the city. Shenzhen in China, Tencent City, which is a project exploring what a cognitive city can be. And one of the most controversial one, the line. But don't think about the whole thing. Don't think about the scale. Think about the scope. If ever they're able to achieve what they want to build, even if it's just like 2 miles, 2 kilometers, it's more than enough. Because in a world which is hyper-digitized, it's not about your size, it's about your impact. Because technology gets rid of all barriers, cultural ones, physical one, language, and everything. The ripple effect. The reach you as an individual or any organization as a collective can achieve by leveraging emerging and converging technology is unmatched. We are now opening the doors of exponential growth and exponential reach. 50% of the planet are living in urban areas. World Economic Forum number. And what they say is that, what is an urban area? 1 kilometer square. Imagine 1,000 people living on 100 meters under 100 meters. Crazy. This is the size of a house. Basically, okay, I'm just, exaggerating a little bit. But 1,000 people living on such a small space, it's crazy. The planet is our home. We have changed it in very unprecedented way, for the best, for the worst. But we are not going nowhere for now until Elon achieves to send us to Mars, maybe soon. So we have to reinvent our way of living. Because when will we be able to fly into space and to build colonies on the moon, on Mars, thanks to robotics and AI? When we'll be able to exploit asteroids, we will replicate our way of living on other planets. So we should build it now, and we should build it for the greater good. And most of all, we should build it for the next generation. Because our time here is limited, and we have to make the best out of it. I'm Teddy Parkbia, aka Mr. Metaverse. I'm a fellow at the ReTech Center. Thank you, Dr. Saman, for inviting me or for bringing me in. Thank you all here and those online for being with us while we are exploring future possibilities. Thank you. And now, let me introduce you to a very exciting profile, Danny Go, Dr. Danny Go, a distinguished serial entrepreneur and educator who is shaping the future of entrepreneurship, innovation, sustainability, and digital transformation. Currently an entrepreneurship expert at the University of Oxford's, not less, Side Business School, and a fellow at the École des Ponts Business School. Danny also lectures innovation at Boston Consulting Group X and advise top technology startups and accelerator like Microsoft Accelerator and Startup Bootcamp, IoT, an expert in the field. Is the best-selling author, co-founding influential organizations such as the AI Native Foundation that we will present shortly, and the Chart think tank, collaborating with global bodies, including the UN, and so on. So as the founder and CEO of Nexus Frontier Tech, Danny's AI research lab revolutionized businesses with cutting-edge AI solutions, supporting major entities like HSBC, UBS, and Toyota. Join me in welcoming Dr. Danny Go.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening. Do I press this button? How do I press the button, Saman? This one. Right. Before we begin, I'll just follow the tradition of showing you a short video. This video is actually an advertisement back in the early 2000s, and which was a duplication of an earlier advertisement back in the 90s by Microsoft, but this was done by Apple. What it says is that, what it explains or trying to show is how the revolution of our workspace has become over the last 30 years. So let me just play it. sure for those of you who are in my age or have been through this transformation in the last 30 years, definitely have witnessed this change in our lives. I remember when I grew up, having my first computer in the 1980s, while typing all these command DOS, to the 90s of using, Microsoft Windows, which is the first interface that allows us to use it differently. I think this is the democratization of technology that allows more and more people to be able to use it in a more efficient way. Sorry. So before I go into the actual presentation, just want to go back a bit of the history over the last 50 years. The last 50 years, we have seen the fastest technology advancement in the history of mankind. We have changed so much of how we live over the last 50 years compared to the last 5,000 years of the human history. I divided the era into 5 different native eras. The first, since the 1980s, as I explained, the creation of personal computer allows everybody to access to a device that allows us to communicate and receive a response in a very quick way. Rather than using our human hand to actually type something or to actually calculate something, we were able to actually receive a response in a very quick way. For those of you who don't know, the terminology of computer was actually a job title back in the 1980s, back in the 1920s, exactly 100 years ago. I'm not sure if any of you have watched the movie, I suddenly cannot remember right now, Hidden Figures, which explains how a group of mathematicians, where their job title were computers, to actually try to calculate the orbits and the dimensions of how the NASA are able to send the rockets to the moon. But the commoditization of the UI and UX in the early 1990s, Microsoft Windows 95, allows more and more people to able to use computer without the need to actually learn the programming language, which means you don't actually have to go through those command line. You can actually very intuitively able to just click. And that allows the expansions of the computers to more and more people. I call it the one-way communication. The internet native since the 90s allows us to have a two-way communication, which allow us to communicate with other people. The birth of emails, the birth of ICQ, the birth of MSN Relay Chat allows us to communicate with each other in real time without the need to actually send the letters or actually take the time to travel to visit each other. In the early 2000s, or I should say the late 2000s, the birth of the mobile device brings the device to the human beings to allow us to basically connect to each other in a much more interactive way. I call it the multi-way communications. It allows us to actually communicate with each other or bring the laptop with us anywhere we go, and to be able to do a lot more things. For example, the birth of those new companies like Uber, WeWork, other sharing economies has changed our human life of how we are able to live, walk, and eat. And going into the cloud native, the normalization of the technologies allow more and more enterprise companies to adopt, to bring our data not only by having in one location, but onto the cloud, which allows more and more naturalizations of the data and the devices to be able to use in a large scale. And how I see going forward into the future of digital transformation in the next wave of digital transformation is that since the data has been used in the last 10 years, or more and more of our data has been used in our daily life, more and more of our data has been captured, data has been becoming the centerpiece of our human beings. Whatever we do every day, whatever we post on the internet has becoming an integral part. If you walk out the building, you're going to order a Uber or order a food or posting a selfie or photos onto the internet. But the age before this AI native, the internet doesn't really own our data. Imagine what you post on the Facebook or Meta is different to what you post on LinkedIn. That is just showing our different personality, or we chose to post different of our data. But going forward, we should be taking back the right of the data onto the human beings, because the data is a lot more than just what we post on the internet. Everything we say, everything we do right now is data. So I would envision that in the future, rather than having one company like Google or Apple to take our data, we are able to have the right to actually own our data and use it in a more effective way, because we are the one who create it, we are the one who owns it, which means the type of applications in the future, or even now that we have seen in some of the companies, are already like Apple iPhones, or some of these devices are already showing the trend of the device will actually come and collect the data that they need for that action only, and will be able to use it for that action only going forward. And this is the paradigm shift of how the businesses today is going to think of how they can evolve from how they do business into the next era. And that is the objective of why I created this AI Native Foundation, is to dedicate to the integrating of diverse domains through the collective of experts and educators, to try to unite them together through community engagement, through strategy discussions, and to be able to allow everyone to use the power of AI. Our mission is to empower the humanity with ethical AI, because I strongly believe that our data does not belong to anyone. Our data belongs to us. And we are the one who decide whether I want to walk out this door or I want to stay back. Neither Google or Apple are able to own our data or decide what we want to do. Although they can influence us, but the ability of sharing our data or using our data to do with others is still within our hands. The birth of large language model or generative AI last year has changed this landscape. And that is what I fear of. The ability of large language models like ChatGPT has integrating into our daily lives of how we do things, which leaves us less and less options to be able to do what we want or how we use it. The moment we actually use ChatGPT, you will be surprised to see how well it integrates into our normal linguistic exchange with a third party. You'll be surprised how it actually understands us. And that is the first step that it moves into the next stage of the ability of AI. And the scary part of this is it is owned by a very small group of people only. And I do believe that this technology should be amazed by more and more people, should be used by more and more people, that we choose how we want to do it. So again, our vision is to empowering the experts and organizations with AI native capabilities to become this digital native enterprise. The reason why I'm here is actually to work with Pons Business School to be able to begin our first steps of industrial and academic collaboration. We are working with a few other organizations in the government, in private companies. I'll be sharing a lot more actual use cases during the panel discussion about what we have been doing in our research company. And we have been gathering a lot of the experts around the world that believe in our mission, that to share how we want to do this and to share the ideas and to create the strategies together. We believe in open sources, data, and algorithms. That's why we want to actually work with more and more people to be able to teach, to be able to educate, to be able to bring more and more these open sources models for people to use, for people to actually utilize it. So we have created a platform that allows you to actually join as a member and to be able to start utilizing some of these AI tools and information to allow you to see the firsthand. At the moment, it's still a very beginning step of our action. What we have created is actually a news collaborator site that allows you to view all these different rankings of the latest news about AI, all the latest news, all the latest open source model, all the latest startups or companies that utilize AI, and it is automatically ranked by the number of usage or the number of hot topics. We have also, these are the news functions where you are able to view it all together. We have also created some of these insights that ranks all the current hot topics or hot AI and the startups or the models or the tools that you can use. It is surprising that actually OpenAI is not the only one out there. For example, France, you have one of the largest AI company in Europe, where it has been receiving a very large amount of investment, more than $500 million. So we are also slowly launching more and more free AI tools that we're able to translate from the technical command line into a real tool to allow you to use it, to train you, to let you see firsthand, to be able to use it. This is an image generator where it allows you to actually write your descriptions and the way how you like it to be generated, and to actually to be able to use it for yourself. And this is just the first step of how we want to do it. So again, please join us to join me in this journey to actually pursue the naturalization and the democratization of AI from now on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Danny Go. That was an impressive presentation. You are actually building the future for all of us. Thank you for your commitment. Let me introduce you to a seasoned business strategy and innovation leader with over 2 decades of global experience across diverse industries. He excels in driving strategic growth, digital transformation, and fostering innovation. He has an EDBA in New Space Economy and MBA from Goethe University in IT, and he has led multi-million-dollar project cross-industry initiative and pioneered Industry 4.0 strategy at a major multinational firm. He has established and managed global innovation labs, driving significant growth. He's passionate about the new space industry, serving on the board of G-Space Incorporation and advising key sector players. He co-founded the Space Forum with École des Ponts Business School. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bharat Madan.
Do you have my slides? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So it's been overwhelming watching all of you, all the stars here, right, talking about different stuff. So I think it's the best time for me to talk about space, talking about stars. It's the right moment to have the intersection of the space and time continuum, right? So before I start, let me ask a question. How many of you love watching stars or gazing sky, right? We all do. I don't see any hands which is not being raised. So everybody loves it. I'm not talking about the black screens, by the way, because that's a different story. Everyone is getting hooked to mobile phones, but that's not the topic today. So every time I look up in the summer sky, especially I come from India, where it is very nice to see the stars, I would feel connected. There's something that just sparks the energy deep inside me. I'm sure it happens to all of you. It has been happening for years and ages, right? So you look at the philosophers who try to solve some riddles. They also create riddles, while watching at the stars. You see the poets forming one of the best poems while looking at the stars, or some of the scientists picking up the inquiry and taking it forward. I was just talking to Mona Lisa, and that's the young kid, I think, who's interested in getting into astrophysics or do something in space. I'm sure stars had something to do with it. So why am I talking about this? Because I saw since morning we've been talking about some complex topics, right? And space is one of the most complex. I mean, somebody said space is hard. So I thought I'll just try to humanize space today. And let's just see if at the end of this conversation of few minutes, if we can understand what space is and what space 5.0 could mean to us. But we don't have to end the conversation here. We can continue forward, right? So moving to the next slide. How do I? It's the green button, right? Okay, so the animation is not working because I sent you the PDF file. So anyway, I changed the storyline. Imagine the world where we do not have navigation, right? We talked about the smart cities, but I'm talking about right now, if you could not get access to your Google Maps, or if you could not call your parents, right? If you're staying far away from them. Imagine you do not have internet. Wi-Fi, it has taken over even at the top spot of the Maslow's law. You cannot survive without Wi-Fi. Like my kid will kick me out without a Wi-Fi at home. So this won't happen because space has been, I mean, my thought here was that space is not new. We all have been impacted by space technologies. It's because of satellites. It's all because of GPS. It's all the connectivity that space has brought in. I'm not going to talk about the healthcare and other areas where space has already impacted so much. It is already happening right now. So if we agree on the importance of space right now, the next question is, what if we could go further? What if I could just stand on the surface of moon and look at Earth and talk about how sustainable that place could be? But maybe that's far-fetched because I want to talk about now, what can happen right now. So what if we are able to resolve the connectivity issues to reduce the poverty? What if we are able to find solutions for a disease like cancer because of microgravity discoveries by the pharmaceutical companies? What if we are able to rethink the manufacturing because we are manufacturing in one of the orbital units, right? What if we are able to change the world in a good way right now? All this could happen, right? So the connection between now and what could be just after now, you might think it's technology, but I think it's curiosity. It's the curiosity of humankind. We've been looking into the stars, we've been looking into the sky, and we all want to go forward. We all want to move forward to somewhere, right? If it was not the curiosity of my granddad, I would not have been here. If it was not the curiosity of some of you, you would not be sitting here listening to so many speeches today. So the connection is the curiosity. This takes me to the next question, right? So if we all agree that space is happening right now, what can curiosity do to you? How can we challenge our notions right now? So I have a very beautiful quote from Stephen Hawking. Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet. So looking up, you had a wonderful presentation about the connected cities, right? So AI in space is going to take a major role. But is that a friend for us? Is it a reality? Can that really happen in a sustainable manner? We have to question that. Space tourism. Virgin Galactic has been there since 2004. It was one of the topics, as Alon might know, for my research work. It is still not profitable. There are a lot of other companies like HelloSpace coming in who would launch people to just at the orbital space and just see the Earth and come back. All those are good ideas, but are they conceivable? Can I plan in 5 years a summer vacation to the space with my son? That's the question that we should be talking about. And is the space is just for the billionaires? Is it not? Why can't we talk about space right now? Why can't a young kid come in and start to do something about it? Right? So that's to be able to do that. What I see missing from all my conversations, I've been supporting some of the space companies, satellite companies, some of the new age companies. The problem is our understanding of space. So I thought instead of going in other aspects, we'll just talk about the space economy, right? So what is new space per se? It's a sector which is driven by commercial players, as we all know, fueled by IT, AI, entrepreneurship behaviors, so on and so forward. And it's just breaking the barriers. So talking about the value chain and why it is interesting for me, you start from the upstream generally, which you have in all the industries. You have a downstream, but you also have a midstream. But the most important part for me is the right side, the end user utilization, right? Which is driving, it has a push and pull impact, which I will talk about very soon. So what is upstream development? Here you have companies that are manufacturing satellites, they are manufacturing launchers, they are working on the core infrastructure. But there are also midstream companies that are operating. So they are more like operational centers, right? So I'm supporting one of the companies in the space areas, and they do exactly that. So they're typical engineers who are trying to have all the telemetry data, who are trying to predict the orbital positions, maneuver things. They are hardcore engineers, lacking a lot of marketing aspects. And then finally, downstream, which is right now the deal breaker, or a lot of people are making money out of it. A lot of problems are being solved. I'm talking about the Earth observation services, where you use satellite imagery, which is available. And because of AI, you are able to come up with different toolkits. But all that is happening because of end user utilization. So users are asking for more and more services. So there was a time where you would just be fed something. Okay, this is your weather prediction. Somebody on a BBC news channel will come and talk about the prediction. But now we are demanding more and more services because we know things are changing. And that is where the game is kind of getting exciting, right? So I put some of the names of the companies that are playing some role, but I would like to talk about SpaceX and the Elon Musk factor. I was just discussing with you right now, right? How Elon Musk has completely changed, and we should try to see what can we do, right? Apart from just few billionaires, emancipated entrepreneurship. By the way, read my paper on that, just trying to advertise myself. But why can't we learn something from them and do something also into the space? I think the issue is that we all are scared of it, or many of us are scared of it. I'm not from space industry, right? I come from innovation, strategy, manufacturing background, but I was always fascinated by space. So since 5-10 years, I've been trying to learn this topic. We will see Amit, who's not coming from space, but still making a huge win in this sector. Why is it happening? Because you are able to challenge the status quo. That's what Elon Musk did, right? So he starts with SpaceX. You have Starlink, which is not only manufacturing the satellites, but launching it, but also providing the services. And guess what? He also has Tesla. He also has acquired X, which is the end user utilization, right? So he's trying to take the entire value chain together. And that's what some of us, I hope, will do as we move forward. So why should we do this? I thought I'll put some numbers. This is the study from McKinsey, right? So McKinsey states that there has been a rapid growth that we all know. $630 billion is already, it's the value right now, but it's going to go by somewhere around 2 trillion by 2035. So that means it's already attractive enough for all of you to jump in and let's just do something about it. And the most interesting part is in the left, you'll see the backbone, which is the dark blue, and the light blue is reach. Backbone is more of infrastructure, so it's a combination of the 3 pillars of the value chain, and the light blue part is the customer push and pull. So right now it's equally distributed, but as we move forward by 2035, you will see the reach part will be the majority of the stake. That means the use cases coming out of it will become very interesting. You talked about smart cities, right? All that is going to happen, but we do not have enough resources for that. How do we find those resources? That's going to come from space, hopefully. And how do we make sure that things are moving forward in the sustainable way? That's also coming from that area. So there is money. So if I try to summarize, or not summarize yet, space, the future is right now. We're talking about space futures. It's integrated, it's everywhere, it's ubiquitous, it is connecting the supply chain right now already, and it's going to be transformative. in a way that the returns are not just going to be the dollar value. The returns are going to be about sustainable or not. I think it's going to become the core of ESG pretty soon. So I love this picture because I'm not very creative. I was playing with ChatGPT and I gave some prompts and I came up with this picture because I tried to imagine what would I do if everything was there. Because humans have to question, right? So if the new space is driving us into multi-trillion-dollar industry, how will it transform my life, this world, and what else there is left to be unlocked? That's the question. And that's where I'm hoping that we will find more and more people joining in and researching. So to bring everything back because I talked about a lot of things and I have limited time, why do we call it Space 5.0? I mean, thanks to Saman, Professor Saman, who introduced me to 5.0 as a topic, and I was exchanging emails, why 5.0? And then I did some research and I found a few things, right? So it all started with Sputnik being launched, right? Satellites, and then we had the first man, Neil Armstrong, stepping onto the surface of moon, but nothing happened after that. So that was Space 1.0. Then that time, a couple of bigger countries were fighting with each other, right? That was the Cold War scenario. But Space 2.0 came with a lot of hopes, where International Space Station came as a collaborative medium, right? And it's going to be retiring pretty soon, and that's Space 5.0. In 2000 to 2020s, you saw these billionaire boys coming in and completely disrupting the industry. You have Elon Musk, of course, I talked about him, Virgin Galactic by Richard Branson, who has been putting his money with the belief that he can change the entertainment industry, the hospitality industry, by pouring in space into the picture. And I hope it happens. Then you also have Jeff Bezos and many more people who are trying to just push in more and more money. So that's Space 3.0 for you. Space 4.0 is right now where it's becoming more and more democratic, right? So a lot of other players are stepping in. India recently has been doing great within their international space programs, launching their rover on moon, and now very soon planning to go to Mars, right? And Israel and many other countries. I just heard from somebody, El Salvador is also doing great in that area. So that's okay, but we still do not see a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of unicorns coming out of the scenarios as we are seeing right now. And this is right now, which is Space 5.0, because we need to talk about few aspects that can help us bring this sector excited. So what is Space 5.0? There are a few megatrends I talked about, right? Advanced technologies, AI, blockchain, everything else is helping us to experiment and to come up with different use cases. But there are also sustainable practices that are pushing us to think in that direction. There's a lot of, so space can be a problem and a solution to both scenarios. We are creating a lot of space debris that needs to be removed, but we can also use space to solve problems on Earth. And then entrepreneurial innovation, which is the behavioral aspect of it, right? That's where we need to see how can we induce more of cultural intelligence, as you were talking about, into our society to think about space as one of their areas. So this is Space 5.0 for you, with the potential goal to have scientific advancements, socio-economic benefits, to reduce the gaps, the poverty, the sustainable resource management, global collaboration and inspiration is what we need. So Space 5.0 is going to be, if we work together, it's going to be the next area to work on, according to me. So yeah, this is where I wanted to have my brief pitch. There are a lot of other data points that I have that I'm very happy to talk about. But finally, it's all about finding your space. Are you ready for space, or you are ready to get spaced out? There are a lot of topics that you can think and pick, right? If you are a lawyer, we need people to think about how space regulations will work. If you are a doctor, we need to think, how can we come up with new medications, right? If you are into hospitality industry, you can There are a couple of companies who are actually working on hotel industry where you can train astronomers or astronauts who want to go, they're getting trained, but you also get entertained. Then healthcare, life science, I'm supporting a company, a beautiful company called G-Space. It's an AI-based company that can try to predict the material behavior with or without gravity. So a lot of areas to work on. Pick one, and I'll be very happy to work with you wherever possible, and ready to answer your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madan. Thank you very much. I want to introduce you to our next fellow panelist, Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey, CTO of Rovel Space, France. We have a space company in France, a private one. Thank you for that. And a leading expert in robotics and AI with over 15 years of experience, Dr. Pandey has been pivotal in developing robots like Sophia at Anson Robotics and Pepper and Noah at SoftBank Robotics Europe. Amit is dedicated to advanced technology for societal benefit, leading dozens of international projects, publishing more than 60 research papers, delivering hundreds of talks globally, recognized with multiple awards. He actively shapes the future of robotics through strategic initiatives like Eurobotics and advisory role. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey.
And which one is this one? This is the green one, right? Okay. Really? So then I have to stand here, right? That's good. Because I am almost a zombie now. So it is good that, okay, I will not be moving much, but it's okay, don't worry. C'est bon, c'est bon. Okay, so when I was told to talk about something, we have to decide what is that something. So sometime it came, perhaps we will more discuss about Industry 5.0, then Space 5.0, or robotics and AI only, or mixing everything. And I have been given 10 minutes. I decided to mix everything so that neither you are overloaded and nor I am overloaded. So we will try to see how much balance we can do. But the focus will be that to give you a historical perspective that how industry was getting shaped by robots, and now how the robots are planning to shape the space. And that's why I put the title, which is Our Vital Innovation. But why my photo is not coming? Yes, I am there. So I am serving as the CTO of Robotics and AI, a company called Rovel Space. It is in France, headquarters is in Toulouse. And we are seeing that what are the needs of the future from a space for the humanity, and how technologies can be helpful, which are the enabling technologies which we have to create so that we can really fulfill some of those needs. And I am here, I think when I was last time here, I made a promise, and I am happy that I fulfilled that promise, and I will show at the end. So just I cannot say now so that you will leave. So wait for that end. Okay, so part of the promise was that all these are robots, obviously, which you can see. These robots, I have spent good time with all these robots. This has been made for different capabilities, with different capabilities for different needs. They have been playing different roles, mostly on Earth. And last time I told there is something happening, that question mark. And my promise was that whenever I am here next time, you will see the result. So that result we will see today. And that will be the first time, I think, in a public forum like this, where you will see the output of that question mark. Okay, so this is another thing I wanted to put my picture again. So this is an article which came recently in CEO magazine, and by the way, this ReTech Center is also mentioned there because it is really doing innovative things and something which is really creating impact. The key messages there was something which I wanted to highlight because this will set the perspective and the ground. So there have been huge shift from automation to autonomy. And why it was happening? Because robots and AI, they have been coming together. They started to live together in one sense, and that's where we have started to see improved capabilities in the robot, at the same time a better and bigger purpose for the AI. So that is very important to understand also, that it is not only one way, it is a bidirectional relation which is starting to be created by this ecosystem of them coming together. It is obviously boosting competitiveness, which we have been listening since the afternoon. And at the same time, a new kind of market is coming. You might have heard about software as a service. What about robots as a service? It is happening and it will happen. And that will be creating the bigger impact. That will be creating the new ecosystem, which will be again helping us to go back to our topic of cognitive cities, smart cities, or even the smart ecosystem of living. And that's where we have to really find that each company, each individual, each organization, they can play a role, but where they can play. Should everyone will be trying to do everything, or there should be a synergetic way of creating the bigger impact? And that's why robotics as a service is part of that synergy, not letting big companies to create robots just to solve their purpose. They can use robots as service. They can focus on their own business, which is the core value for them. So this is something we still have to understand, study, but this is one of the trends which is coming. It is really creating big innovation across different sectors. And keep in mind, it is a tool. The whole solution is a tool which is enabling us as individual, as organization, as companies, whatever we can think about. So don't get scared of this. Just try to see how to use the tool. And that's where you will be able to be part of this revolution which is happening. And that's my message, because sometimes really people try to go away because of some reason. No, there should be no reason like that. So before I move, I have to get some help from you. I need answer for this question. I think you are able to read it. Why do we need robots at all? Just say one word or two words. If you think we don't need, just say that also. But I will need at least some answer to make myself comfortable that I am not getting killed. Okay, interesting point. Okay, so so I am using AI to put all your answer live in my next slide. That's the magic. Any other point? Okay, yeah. Anything else? We simply need a list. There is no wrong and right answer. It is simply that what you think that robot can be useful. I am even not asking why. Just tell. Okay, so we will keep this event for the end session. Perhaps I will ask that question again in our panel discussion. So, yeah, there can be many reasons, many motivation. The cost factor, reducing danger. So you see, your answers are already getting there, real time. I don't know why. Perhaps we are really connected by mind, cognitive cities and cognitive minds which are connected. So safer, faster, reliable, intelligent, efficiency, sustainability, making bigger impact. Why not we can let people to focus on critical task and let the things to be done by something which can do those things without human interference, making our life easier, hopefully, be more creative. That can be one motivation to really see the positive aspect of this technology. And then the second question is this one, which is, I think you have to simply raise a hand that can robots be without AI or not? How many yes? And can AI be without robots? Interesting. And do you really see a difference between AI and robot now? Or you imagine a future where there will be a real difference between AI and robot? Just don't go in the science fiction imagination and science fiction movies, but just from your perception, like they will be really separated in the future, or they will be part of the one system. That's good. We are already going to the debate level. That's what I wanted to do. Perhaps I will also give my opinion in all these topics. But the current technological ecosystem is right like this. We have robots which are still existing, which can still exist as a body in the whole ecosystem. AI is coming, which is giving a kind of mind to the ecosystem, at the same time to the robot. And we have IoT, which we discussed. What robot can take from IoT? Basically, it can be sensor for the robot. Even not on the body of the robot, but in the environment, the extended sensing capabilities of the robot. So this whole thing, mind, body, and sensor. As human, we have mind, body, and soul, but for robots, they need sensors, and this is still very prominent in the sense that there are lots of research which are still happening to make these sensors intelligent enough to be integrated with the system. So let us stick still with robot, AI, and the sensing capabilities. When they are all together, then they are able to make bigger impact, help better us take decisions in critical situation, even to save us. Like if car, it is becoming intelligent enough with all the sensors, we can even see cars are a kind of robot, autonomous robot. Drones, same, sensors. Sensing capabilities are very important for robots as well as human. So this is still a partial ecosystem because there are many technologies which are coming and which has been there, cloud, blockchain, and then AR, VR, and creating digital twin out of all these systems. That's where I think we have very impressive videos about all those futures that is evolving in the way that when all these technologies are coming together and they are capable of making decision. So let us go now to the outer space. Once we have those capabilities on ground, what they can do. For understanding that, we have to see how the new space economy is unfolding. There are new requirements which are coming, and obviously the needs are to be sustainable and to afford the things, to have safety of the infrastructure which are in space for the human who will be going in the space. We have to also think about a scalability aspect, how we can scale up the missions in space, the infrastructure in space. Should we throw away the things and create new things, or we should find a way to use them, recycle them, and repurpose them? That's what we are doing on Earth. And if we are dreaming to go in the space, we must learn the lesson from the mistakes we have done on Earth. We are thinking about recycling now, repurposing now. Let us do since the beginning of the space dream when we are going at the mass level. So that's where we have to really think the current requirement, the future which we will be generating in space, and how to take care of that future. And that's where robotics and AI is coming again, because robots are now becoming more robust. They are becoming more capable. As I mentioned, they are able to integrate new technologies, new sensors, AI, and the launch ecosystem is also becoming more favorable for us, for human, with lower cost, higher payload capabilities. And then geopolitical scenario, which I will not touch much, but it is very important part also, because every region has to be in the game, in the race. Europe as the part of the same bigger ecosystem. So we have many enabling things which are happening, and we have requirements. We are able to foresee the future. We have to be ready. And how we are foreseeing the future this is one of the example. The industrial robot on ground. We are talking about Industry 5.0 now. From one perspective, how it happened, how we have been reaching that, from the robotics perspective again, and again from my view. We started to have robots which were fixed on a base for a fixed setup. They were doing very repetitive tasks. That was the beginning of robots being useful for some of the applications, but they were still simple, predefined tasks and machines. They started to gain precision. They started to do things more precisely. They started to have better control, algorithm embedded. So that's where the science has started to integrate in the commercial deployment of a technology to elevate the readiness of the technology to be more diverse and performing different kind of tasks. That's very good example that how science can really contribute to elevate the technologies which are already commercial. There is no end of this loop. Sometimes we see technology transfer has been done, then it is a product. No, it's a cycle. That's very important. That's the part of the circular economy also, which we talk a lot with our friends Elon and Saman on this topic. Then they started to become programmable. The same robot was able to do at least 2, 3, 4 tasks by being programmed. Still, it was pre-programmed, but they started to get the capability of being programmed. Then Industry 4.1 started, where robots started to even connect with the rest of the ecosystem. And then they started to become safe in the sense that how human can be part of the same ecosystem. Earlier, the robots were isolated. And then they started to understand human, perceive human, and then become safe. And then they started to learn as well, which is happening. And that's how Industry 5.0 is about human-robot co-working, which is completely different than the initial way of putting robots separately in a cage and then letting it to do a repetitive task. This was the journey which happened. So it is not a prediction. The prediction is this, that this journey is showing something started with automation, going to autonomy, ultimately coming back to human and being collaborative. That's where will be the space. Robotics things will be also happening. These days, robots are mostly a arm in space stations, in outer space, or a mobile robot in planets. They are now going to following the same trend, becoming more precise in control for the space dynamics. There will be things which will be happening. They are getting the ability to perform different tasks now. AI is again coming, letting them to understand the situation, plan the mission autonomously. Ultimately, there will be this kind of mapping that collaborative robots will be the part of the space economy and the space ecosystem as well. So this is the time to understand this trend and then to figure out the solution, which is not only serving first to 1 or 2 blocks, but to be ready for the future. And in the future, the space-based recycling and manufacturing is going to happen. Space infrastructure building and management is one of the key tasks which we will be witnessing. Who will be doing all those things? Robots are doing here, they have to do there as well. But there are challenges, scientific and technological challenges, which we have to address. And when they are addressed, these robots will be able to assemble large structure in the space for many purposes. One of those can be power generation, generating power from a space and then beaming it to other planets and Earth and other missions which are passing by. So they can be powerhouse on the way. They can have help in debris removal, which Bharat was already talking, protection of the space infrastructure, recycling, manufacturing, extension of life of the space infrastructure for research purpose, for even understanding our origin. There will be many, many, many requirements. And that's where the growth of the robotics for space will be very much. The annual projected growth rate is around 5 to 8%, but I believe it will be even higher. There are many driving factors. I will not go in detail, but I think I created already enough motivation that we really need to see the future and to be ready for this. So now this slide, which I promised, we have to understand the requirement, break the current barriers, create something which can show the promise that, yeah, these things are achievable in space. One of the barriers is that, as I mentioned, the robots currently are mostly serving as a fixed arm in satellite. If we are just talking about orbit around us, higher orbit, geo orbit, how we can make these robots to be more useful? One way is that they should be able to walk around, move, and then perform the task, reduce the safety risk to the astronauts, or help them, and be available 24 hours 7. That's where, if we have this kind of infrastructure, you can see there are lots of parts outside. They need repair, maintenance, even who will build them. We cannot send this type of big infrastructure in space. We have to go in space and build it. We cannot launch this. So we need a new kind of robot which are more capable, more intelligent, and that's where it is coming here. So this is first time you are seeing a robot from us, from Rovial Space, which is called Riser. It is completely built in-house here in France, designed in France, and it is able to integrate all the technologies which I mentioned, including the computer vision, the perception system, the ability to move around, to control itself, and it is able to walk by holding the elements which might be available, simply something, some object which can give a gripper ability to grasp and then move. So this is again something which is happening, which is at the earliest stage. But this is the thing which I mentioned that when I am here next time, I will be showing something new. So this is new, and this has been made to public just yesterday. That's why I'm looking like zombie because we have been working day and night to announce this. And these kind of robots are really going to break one of the biggest barrier that how robots can be mobile and moving in a space. And they will be really creating some more vital innovation and true health, like enabling technology for a space 5.0, which we have been talking about. The key is still, as I mentioned, the collaborative ecosystem, very important. And then it's an opportunity for us. We should take this as an opportunity and find a way that how we can have achieving sustainable development and sustainability for not only for humanity, but also for our planet. That's very important. This is my last slide. He is not a robot, my son, and he has this dream, which always makes me to think a lot that what we are doing and how whatever we are doing is making a child to live the childhood dream when they are really grown up. His dream is to do at least 3 different kinds of jobs or services, like 2 days being a pilot, 2 days just serving in a hospital, and 2 days just doing some creative artwork. Once we as humanity are able to really sustain this kind of dreams of a child to live their dreams when they are adult, in that day we are in true sense the cognitive city which we are talking about. So thanks a lot with this.
Thank you, Dr. Hamid. That was an impressive presentation. I will invite all of the speakers, Dr. Hamid, Dr. Bharat, Dr. Go, if you can join me on stage. And in the meantime, I will introduce you to 2 experts in decentralized finance and tokenization. The first expert is Achille, visionary CEO of iCapital Venture, a fintech leader revolutionizing SME finance with cutting-edge solutions for structuring, enhancing working capital, and financial rating. He is recognized by Forbes and UNESCO for his innovation in equity, DeFi, and asset tokenization. He is also a prolific author and sought-after speaker. His expertise shapes the future of finance through his role as board members and advisor for several prestigious organizations, including EAC Corporation, ETSA, Collège de Paris as well, and many others. He's a driving force in promoting financial education, investment strategies, and social entrepreneurship. Thank you for joining us. And then we have Zachary Woody, a tech entrepreneur specializing in AI and blockchain technologies. Zachary is the founder of Fever Tokens, a pioneering French blockchain company. Their focus is on Web3 and smart contracts. He developed and leading labor market intelligence startups and led digital transformation efforts for several international organizations. He will talk a little bit about it. He holds an engineering degree from École Mohammed d'Ingénieur and a master from Sciences Po for Sciences Po Paris, and he completed a PhD in mathematical formal methods and controlling complex safety critical problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you join us as well? We'll start the conversation, but I will start by them first. Yeah, come on stage. Dr. Bharat, please, Dr. Go. Thank you, Danny. I have a question for the audience and for me as well. Zachary, can you tell us a little bit about Fever Tokens and what you do?
Yeah, thank you. So Fever Tokens is a company that specializes in financial smart contract architectures, sophisticated smart contract infrastructure for tokenization systems, mostly working with large financial institutions based in Paris and with a worldwide scope.
Okay, and you're working with, which kind of clients, actually?
Yeah, mostly banks, payment infrastructure players, and government bodies on tokenization projects.
Okay. Can you tell us what is real-world asset tokenization and why is it important?
Yes, so tokenization is basically representing any asset that has a value on a blockchain or on a digital distributed ledger, in more general terms, including the life cycle functions and interactions of that asset. So that's like the main thing about tokenization. Real-world asset tokenization refers to the tokenization of assets that are not natively built within the blockchain space. So that means that they have many aspects or life cycle elements that happen outside of the blockchain or the distributed ledger. So these real-world assets include all financial assets, for example, all the other assets like identity, for example, credentials that can be valued or can bring value to tokenization systems. And the tokenization of real-world assets is the main enabler of the next wave of tokenization in a broader scale and understanding. So, because most of the assets that will rely on these real-world assets tokenized will become natively in the token format, and they will be natively traded, exchanged, and exploited within the blockchain frameworks.
Wow, that's impressive. And what kind of assets are currently being tokenized, and what are the trends happening in the industry, and where does the industry sit, and where is it going now?
Yeah, so if we think today about the tokenization industry, I mean, the biggest trend is happening in the financial sector with many subsequent trends that are driving the innovation. I can mention a few of them that I think are the most important. So the first one is the tokenization of money in different formats. So we have the tokenization of commercial bank money, so cash, with tokenized deposits and different correspondent banking infrastructure that is coming into the blockchain. We have also stable coins that's basically representing cash as well in a different format on the blockchains. We have the CBDC, central bank digital currencies that are coming. So these, I think, is the layer that will be the most important enabler of the next gen of capital markets coming on the blockchain, because it's the payment settlement layer. So this is something that's happening in a massive way today in the industry. The second trend is, I would like to emphasize, is the tokenization of financial instruments. So this includes all the instruments that you can think about in traditional finance being represented in the tokenization space. So we see a lot of work done around debt, tokenization of debt, bonds, etc. We see also more advanced instruments and derivatives like swaps, options coming into the blockchain. And also I can emphasize the carbon or eco assets also coming on the blockchain. So this work is being currently also done at the scale of the industry with a lot of involvement of standardization bodies, regulators. So a lot of work is being done and needs to be done in that space. The last element, maybe that's very important and is core to this transformation, is digital identity and decentralized identity, and how to manage all access to this tokenized blockchain space.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Actually, as an expert working, as a recognized expert working at the intersection of entrepreneurship and over a social initiative, basically, and the business world as well, because this is your core expertise. So I have a question. How tokenization could be a driving force in driving sustainability and how it can help companies raise capital, for instance?
So thank you for your questions. Before going through the question, there is a contest about how tokenization has affecting as I said, the companies in the journey. So the contest is about the financing and also about the liquidity of the financial instruments. A couple of companies today are facing problems when it comes to raise funds for supporting the OPEX needs or the CAPEX needs. So one of the OPEX is all about operating expenditure. This is a must, and this is a huge problem for a couple of companies all over the world. And we know that banks' funds can be limited because there is somehow some problem coming with companies, corporate governance, and a couple of things. So this is the big contest about how tokenizations is the new ways for companies to finance health strategies. The second point I would like to mention as well is, as you mentioned, tokenizations with blockchain have today a very big impact, and that gives a very big size to the way that you perceive, of course, tokens, or to perceive and the effect of a blockchain into the companies. So now, coming to the roadmap of this, there have been a couple of big issues around this. When you look at the regulation part, because to the beginning, when the technology was arising, there is a couple of bottlenecks and problems with the financial, traditional financial actor, including, of course, the regulator. So today, I think there have been a couple of like supporting discussions and also sensibilizations of those persons. So today, it's done. We have now the mega regulation who can help that. So now, for the perspective of the company, before going to the tokenizations, there is 3 things to be done. First is to understand what do we need to finance. Second, it is the economics. It is all the financial strategies that you need to take because you are going to issue tokens like shares, like financial instruments. It's very important to be aligned with the flow and the roadmap. So economics would give your supply, because tokens, when they are issued, they go through what you call the primary market, then they go to be listed onto the secondary market. So before going to that secondary market, it's very important to understand how to supply, because the market to be efficient needs to play with the laws of the offers and the demand. So this is true as well for the listing of those assets to the secondary market. And last point will be the legal part. The legal part, because for some people, they think that the tokenization is going to maybe disturb how the existing legal framework. This is not the case, because with that, before we go to the tokenization, we need to take, of course, the legal part. I will take an example to illustrate. Assume that I would like to raise funds for my company to support an operating expenditure. And assume that I'm selling goods, maybe phone, or I don't know, whatever. So I will go first to estimate the value of what I want, because I'm looking for money to buy this stock. Since I don't have this money, I could go for the tokenizations. I will try to estimate the total value of that need. And once it's done, then I issue the token, and that token is going now to represent that value. And then the investors who are going to pay the token will have some kind of securities, on those assets. So that is the way that the conviction can reinvent the way we perceive the financing without dilution, without a couple of boundaries that you have in the traditional finance. So this is the three biggest points that you need to keep in mind when speaking about tokenization. There is, first of all, the legal part, the economics, and why we are financing, of course. So when all those diligence are done, then I think technically you can issue this token and disperse wealth as well.
Very interesting. I love the way you're breaking it down. So, I mean, as a practitioner in foresight and cognitive transformation for organization, some of the, I won't say problem, even issue, but some of the challenge we are facing sometimes when we are talking about tokenization to our client, legacy companies. One of the things that comes on top all the time, oh, Bitcoin. We don't want to go there. It's scary, it's like for illegal purposes, money laundering, blah, 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 blah. What do we have to say to those companies and executive leaders that don't have the DeFi literacy? How do you manage to, open the chakra or bring them the knowledge and the vision so they can figure out how to use the tokenization to leverage their business growth or financing or whatever?
So I'll take you back to the context of the blockchain, of course, because the blockchains are arising in the context of financial crisis. So when you're talking about financial crisis, you're also talking about the rupture of the trust, because finance is trust. When I don't trust you anymore, I cannot go with you for any project, for anything. So this is the way that blockchain appeared as a technology which is going to rebound the trust, the confidence. That is the fundamental. So of course, the first sector to be affected by blockchain technology have been the finance industries. But today, we have blockchain everywhere, not about finance industries. And of course, the first application of the blockchain in the financial industries has been Bitcoin, So of course, Bitcoin has this double nature of being money, and also an asset, because you can own it. And today, when you see the share price value of these tokens, for those people who buy it before, maybe 5 years ago, it is a financial asset for them because they can sell it back and have some share price value on it. So I think the mindsets are changing over the time. So from 2028 till now, I think there is, of course, people who are saying that, of course, Bitcoin, those kind of token, crypto assets, of course, it is scam projects, couple of that. Somehow they are right, because after we have seen a couple of projects without any direct effect into the economy. I'm supporting tokenization projects which have a direct effect impact in the economy. So if in your business model, I cannot see the way that your tokens are going to affect the economy, then for me it is a speculation token.
Okay.
It is not a good token to buy.
Okay.
So in the beginning, there was a couple of projects like this that give the good signs, the bad signs that token, crypto assets were very fraudulent token or scam projects, couple of that. But today, because of now the regulation, I think projects have now been matured, and there is now the regulator which can have a look. If you are going to raise, for instance, $8 million for your ICO, the ICO is the process of issuing the token for the first time to raise funds. If it is 8 million, then you are going to have a license before doing that. So today, regulators are paying big attention on that. And I think for me, thinking today that crypto asset or blockchain or all those projects are scam, it is overvalued. You need to go to the perspective and try to pay attention, and maybe going deep into the model, the business model, and also pay attention to what I said prior about how this project is going to affect the economy. You need as well to read the white paper. It's kind of prospectus, exactly as to the financial industry that you have the perspective before buying a shares or the bond. So you need to have the white paper to read it, to understand the project, and a couple of that.
You have to do your due diligence.
Yes, minimum.
I get it. Danny, just like, Achille described how businesses can leverage tokenization and, blockchain assets, basically, to help their business purposes. How do you see the rapid evolution of AI, how it can help companies and business move towards a more resilient, sustainable future, both in their practice and their market strategies?
AI has been embedded into business strategy since long ago, but a lot of the startups have changed the status quo in how they use the AI in the fundamental business offering compared to the traditional way of how we just sell the goods. Take car sharing, for example. A taxi company the way how they structured their business model would actually begin in leasing the cars, finding the drivers, and then going around to find the passengers. Whereas an Uber or any other car sharing company, the way how they structured their business strategy or how they structure their business process is fundamentally different, because they will be using the application to connect the driver and the passengers, which is not a fundamental asset that they need to acquire using the capital, whereas to use that as an on-the-go strategy to actually allows them to run it, which you see that even though they are providing the same service, but how they function, how they structure it, how they actually evaluate their performance is fundamentally different. You can see a trend in these two different business process. One is actually running from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whereas the other one is actually using the technology to allow you to perform the transaction in real time, which means connecting the driver and a passenger and running a transaction at the same time. Hence, fundamentally, this is going to change how we run the business. And enterprises or especially the large enterprises, are learning the hard way at the moment. They are actually putting a lot of money to try to change themselves, but obviously due to the nature of how they have been running the business, due to the nature of the fact that they have to provide the service to their existing customers and their employees, it's very difficult for them to change. But there is a way, slowly, fundamentally changing how to actually use this technology into their DNA to actually provide a new type of service.
At the core of the business strategy.
Correct.
Interesting. In the world right now, it's the AI craze. Everybody's freaking out. You have the enthusiastic party and the other one, which is like just scared. So what do you have to say to companies or executive leaders, people who are freaking out because they fear that AI is coming to take their job, AI is coming to disrupt us, all of the dystopian way of seeing AI. What do you have to say to those people?
As I put in my presentation just now, 100 years ago, the term of computer was actually a job title. 20 years ago, the term of social marketing strategy or online social media strategy, strategies was a new term. So the evolution of role or job has been ongoing, never ending, forever, because we human beings strive for change. We never want to stay on the same type of role or how we run things every day. We'll never be satisfied with what we're doing every day. We'll always seek for change. Hence, the evolution of this role or job description will obviously be changing. Now, unfortunately, there will be some redundancy in the process. But if you're asking my son, who cannot sit tight for more than 30 minutes if he doesn't have a phone on his hand, to the way how he thinks of how a job should be carried out compared to myself and my father are totally different. So the evolution of the job description or the job itself, even though the title could remain the same, is always evolving. And that is just the natural progression of human beings of how we seek to strive ourselves better, to do better and run better.
So our jobs are going to change, but we will still have jobs.
Correct. We are changing our job every day.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for that answer. Dr. Hamid and Dr. Bharat, as space entrepreneurs, I have a question for you, actually, Dr. Hamid. Can you tell us about robotic as a service for the space industry and how the principle of Industry 5.0 are applying to robot as a service and how this can help improve, I would say, perspective or economy on Earth for other industries or companies?
Yes, so I am seeing a red big screen blinking, so I will be very quick in my answer, but I think as I already pointed on my slides, that basically there has been a trend which we have been seeing, that robots are starting to be working isolated, and then eventually 5.0 is letting them to be part of the human co-working ecosystem. And that's where we can already see that all these robots which are evolving, and they are obviously not going to be built by the companies who will be deploying these robots. So that's where robots as a service will be coming much with a bigger impact and in masses, because we will need robots who will be co-working with the human, but obviously not everyone will build that. So that's basically the definition, where we get a robot as a service, and then perhaps those robots are even evolving or getting upgraded or even getting customized for a particular service, and then they go back to serve somewhere else. So that's how things will be moving in a circular manner. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Dr. Bharat, I have a question for you. What is the impact of private investment arriving in space industry, but the challenges and opportunities for companies, startups, or entrepreneurs to be part of this big move towards space?
Very good question. So I'll try to be also precise. I think I already talked about the impact of private investments coming into the space, which was, say, space 2.0 and 3.0. So I'll try to focus on the challenges right now, right? So to be able to raise funds as a startup or as an entrepreneur in the space area, it's not going to be easy. So first of all, you need to stick to your fundamentals, which is keeping your plan simple, right? Make sure that you have jobs to be done defined, your business model is easily understandable, focus on applications, all those things that you use in other industry, that remains the same. Focusing on what could be different for the space guys. The problem is the value chain is very complex, right? Depending on where you are, it's not very easy for an individual to make the investors understand what are they planning to do, because defining the needs is very difficult. The market is changing very quickly. If you are pitching for a space manufacturing company where you are trying to say, hey, I will manufacture something in the orbit, and you go and try to pitch this to a big investor who is into manufacturing space, they'll say, hey, it's too much into the future, although it's going to happen very soon. So how do you crack this down? How do you make it simple? My advice would be that I work with those startups, try to be more empathetic, right? Try to bring your design principles by picking up the entrepreneur, the investors into the centerpiece instead of customers right now. Because what happens is that when they start developing their scientific solutions, they end up developing something which is quite complex, and it's not agile enough for them to change as compared to what you see in the AI digital areas. So how can you be empathetic enough and convey that story to your investors? That has to be a real focus. And I think that's where the challenge is. How do you make it very simple? How do you make people understand that you're talking about future, which is going to happen very soon? Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for that answer. I think that, you have a very exciting announcement to make to us. We will start by you, and then we will go to the others.
I don't know, Saman, if you want to, I think, Saman, you deserve to announce this now. So together with Saman, we have a nice announcement. I'll give.
We have enough microphones here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So fantastic panel. So do we have more questions from the audience before we go to the announcements? We're good? You gathered all the questions? Very good. Thank you very much. So yes, so basically the excellent speakers that we have here as well, such as the previous one. So we have particular programs and initiatives that we are launching at ReTech Center across the 4 labs. So we start from here, from the space tech initiatives. With Bharat, we are launching the space lab initiatives in terms of education, research, entrepreneurship, and engagement programs across the 4 labs of RISE. Amit, may I, or do you want to say? Yes. So with Amit, of course, we are launching the programs in space robotics and in robotics itself. With Danny, we are very happy that we are partners with AI Native Foundation. Danny is a senior fellow at ReTech Center as well. I'm also honored to be on his board of advisors for AI Native Foundation. With Zach, we have initiated several projects. One of them is Tokenized Economy Institute, which is an initiative for driving research for decentralized real-world asset tokenization and decentralized finance. And with Ashil, who is also a senior advisor at ReTech Center, we have started new initiatives with 2 of the companies that he presents in driving decentralized financial literacy. One, and then the other one is to enable tokenized support for innovation, entrepreneurs, and also for investments in different projects that are based on blockchain and tokenized business models. So I'm very happy to have the support of these stellar speakers who joined us here, and experts, practitioners, researchers. And special thanks to Teddy. Teddy, I didn't mention what we are launching together. Do you want to share?
No. Please do it. Do it.
Okay, thank you. So Teddy, what he presented today, of course, it's in line with his line of research that he's doing at his executive doctorate in business administration program with us at École de Pont Business School. So with Teddy, we are launching a series of conversations and programs across the 4 labs as well in driving the transition to cognitive cities, enabling smart cities and make smart cities responsible. Smart plus responsible equals cognitive cities. So we are going to have fantastic conversations, gatherings, hands-on practices, and research as well in these various domains. So thank you for the fantastic moderation. I don't know how you managed to channel this much intellectual power together. It's not an easy job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks for all who joined online, and thank you all who joined here. It has been a pleasure. Special thanks to the team, Mona Lisa, Hina, Hannah, Sonia, Bruna, Gabrielle, Nelly, and of course, Dean Elon Rosen. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.